Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. What is up? How's everybody doing? Happy Monday. As we enter into New Year's Eve week, this, of course, is a very auspicious time for us here at the Knights of Last Call. And you might say, why is that, Derek? And well, the answer is because this is where it all began, actually. We started our live stream journey in 2021 well, technically 2022, but I guess 2021, New Year's Eve. That was the first time that we ever went live. It was me and Tim. It was a New Year's Eve stream, and that radically shifted the entire direction, obviously, of this entire channel. And dare I say, turned it from what was essentially a fun little hobby pastime into something that today supports my life. So, it was absolutely a massive radical shift in the way that we did everything, basically. So welcome everybody. Chat's messed up. Hold on a sec. There we go. It was in Vin mode. What's up, everybody? What's up, Pumpkin? Good to see you. Tundalus, you're here. You said you deliberately said that this is not something that you cared about. So, and yet you're here. So I don't expect you to stick around. What's up, Mike? What's up, whiteboard? Good to see you there. Yeah, well, again, no promises. How long we're gonna go, of course. What's up, Big Die Energy? Zarian, how's it going? Heliospace, good. You roll for combat's here. Everybody's bored. It's Monday night. Shouldn't you be playing? Oh, I guess it's too late for that, right? Need something to fall asleep to. That's fair. Of course, a lot of people say that their bedtime is they're taken to sleep by the soothing musings of Derek Melinda. You got maybe an hour. All right, that's fair. Well, again, we are going to be, I'm going to be streaming possibly a lot this week. What's going on here? Because I don't really have a whole lot going on, and I don't really do anything with New Year's. I mean, I never did anything with New Year's, but now I especially don't do anything with New Year's. And Vin is still off this week, so I'm going to try to spend some time with him and get some games in, or get some streams in. But all right, so why are we here then? Is it so that Derek can talk about mega games? No, not really. I mean, we can talk about that. I mean, we have other streams. The thing is, I have all my streams set up, but they're real streams, whatever that means for us. So that means I want to have Bob and Vin on and do a bunch of other stuff. So with them not being here, I don't want to just start covering Land of Eam, for example. And then we even talked about doing our Dolemwood stream, and then Vin was like, "Oh, I want to get on the Dolemwood stream." And then we have Heroic Deeds, which of course is an indie game from one of our patrons, and by Garblag Games. But I don't want to just randomly throw that out on a Monday. So why are we here? Well, I just picked my mega games because it's Monday, and I didn't think anyone would be here, and we have 40 people, so that's pretty much nothing for us. Again, funny how time passes and we have different sort of perspectives on things, right? Which is, when we first started doing this channel, when we first started doing these live streams, rather, getting 20 or 30 people would have been like, what? We've had so many people. But now it's like, look, we only have 40, 50 people. It's a small, intimate stream, unscheduled, late on a Monday when we never stream. And here we are. So why are we here? Well, we're here because thanks to your guys' generous contributions this holiday season, and thanks to a generous sale, which has now ended, or maybe it hasn't, but I think it ended. I bought a new pen tablet, which I'm pretty excited about. So it should be a lot of fun. If you did Daggerheart, you would have 150. Actually, when we were doing Dagger Week, we were getting like 250. We were getting a lot of people for Daggerheart. I have a very contentious relationship with Daggerheart. So yeah, in the sense that I have a lot to say, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know really how to say it. I don't want to come out and I don't want to yell at people, and I don't want to scream at them they're doing it wrong. Because number one, I don't want to yuck anybody's yum. Number two, I've talked before about how I don't think you can really do Daggerheart wrong. I think if you're doing Daggerheart wrong, you're basically just playing 5th edition D&D, basically, which isn't a horrible thing. But you're not really, I think, extracting. It's like, we were just talking in the Discord about stews versus soups, right? If you make a homemade broth, or a stock, and you put in some veggies and some meat, maybe some bones, and you cook it low and slow, or maybe you do it in a pressure cooker and you do it fast and but you cook it for an hour or two, you're going to extract a lot of value out of that. Now, are you going to get all of the meaty richness? Are you going to be able to break down all of that collagen and all of that gelatin in the bones and get that really rich unctuous stock? No, but you're still going to have a better stock than you would otherwise. So then, even if you just bought it from the store. So I guess my point is, yeah, you could play Daggerheart, and even if you do it a little bit better, it's still a little bit okay. But the problem is there is a fundamental mismatch. We're not even speaking the same language. So before I can even talk to people about Daggerheart, I have to learn how to speak their language, right? I have to meet them where they are at. We'll talk about the tablet in a second. We'll get to that. And also, we will talk about mega games. I'm not just kidding. But I am also experimenting with some different lighting setups. I've just bought a bunch of new lights, as people know. So normally, traditionally, historically, I have had a key light, which is right here. This is my key. And then I have a fill light over here, which is just maybe about a stop lower. That's about half as much light for those of you not. So that's why you have a little bit more shadow on this side of my face and a little bit more brighter on this side of my face. Creates dimensionality. However, what I'm experimenting with is some different kicker setups. And a kicker, or hair light, or rim light, is a light that is behind you. And it helps pull you off of the background. The background is usually darker, And so having sort of even without a rim light or a hair light, right, you kind of blend in to the background. So if I turn off my key here, right, so this is just my fill light. And if I turn off my fill light, there we go. So this is basically just the rim. And actually I have a two-part rim. So I have a rim light above me that's kind of shining on my shoulders, and I have another one over here which is a more pronounced kick, which is in direct opposition to my key. Sometimes called a 3-point lighting setup. Anyway, so this is just my light from just this. Anyways, so I'm experimenting with that. You know me. I used to be a photographer, so I have to have fun and experiment with lights and stuff. So, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Mike says it looks too good. Didn't you see that article? Your looks are limiting your growth. Maybe. And of course I'm on my headset, which of course is not my, my Electro Voice RE20, which is my favorite microphone. Of course, remember when we first started this live stream journey 4 years ago, I was using a Shure SM7B, which I think is still an excellent microphone. It's around here somewhere. I just didn't like how boomy and it's a very rumbly mic. I think this is a little bit clearer for our purposes, which is, I think, a good. And I think it sounds better with my voice. My voice can get a little muddy. I know that. And I have some frequencies I don't like, and I think the Shure SM7B, highlights that. Okay, so anyways, those of you who watch this stream know that I will occasionally pull out this bad boy. So this is a Wacom Intuos Pro made by Wacom, which is considered to be, kind of the creme de la creme of the tablet industry. And this, of course, is a tablet that allows me to control essentially my mouse with a stylus, and which is all good. But obviously, as you can see, there's no screen here. So, and it only responds to the stylus, right? My hands and my fingers don't do anything really. So now I could turn on touch, but it doesn't recognize gestures and anything like that. So basically, it's really cool. And I've been using this thing for so long that I'm very proficient with it. However, due to the generous support of viewers like you, I just picked up, ta-da! I picked up the XP Pen. Now, XP Pen is, it's not as good of a brand, full stop, as Wacom. However, this particular tablet has some very nice features that even the Wacom tablets don't have. And also, I'm not a professional artist, so it feels very, very, very stupid for me to buy something like that. But anyways, this is the XP Pen Artist Ultra 16 drawing display. And there's a couple of really cool, key, awesome features with this that I'm really, really excited about. So number one is it is a 4K display. Now, I did have, for a period of time, I did have an XP Pen. So I've used this brand before, but I did have an XP Pen drawing tablet that has a screen. You might be saying, Derek, didn't you already have one of these? I did. However, it was pretty cheap, and it was just HD, right? So it was just 1920 by 1080. And the problem is that all of my monitors that I have 3 monitors, 4 monitors if you count my teleprompter. All my monitors are 4K. And so my XP Pen tablet, which had a screen and a stylus, was HD. And that meant that when I would move stuff, there would be all this really weird, crazy rescaling. Things didn't scale correctly. And quite frankly, there's not a lot of real estate, and things that I would draw in one thing would look differently on my tablet, so I didn't like it. So I wanted to get a 4K tablet display so that it would match my other monitors and give me a lot of, things. Secondly, it is OLED. OLED. There you go. OLED. And of course, if you don't know what OLED basically means, most LED screens are backlit, essentially. And that means that even when the pixels are turned off, there is still an ambient light, which is why your blacks aren't truly black. They're more of a very, very light gray. OLED, actually, each LED turns on and turns off. There is no backlighting. And so that means that when you get a dark, it's a dark. They usually talk about this as being, you know, an increased, whatchamacallit? It's an increased contrast ratio. Now, OLED has some other downsides. Is there an echoing? I don't know. I mean, I'm on my headset, so that's not my normal high quality mic, but I don't know. Always concerned about my audio, so don't. But apparently, other people can't hear it. Lionhead Gaming, so I don't know. We'll continue from there. All right. So, anyways, OLED just means that the darks are really dark and the blacks are really black, and you get a lot of contrast. Now, again, there's downsides to it. OLED, for example, can have burn-in. That is a thing that can happen. Unlike, remember burn-in from our CRT TVs growing up? So again, I think that's something to be concerned about. But since I use mine so infrequently, it's not going to be a problem for me. Third, not that it's really an issue, but it comes color calibrated, which is really cool for color lab purposes. Now, I actually have a really expensive device that you actually. It's like a camera that you put on. You have to get a special app, and you actually put it on your screen. It's got a microscopic camera. It's got a camera that sits on the actual surface of your monitor, and it actually goes through this process of calibration so that it's called a monitor profile. It's called an ICC profile. You have it. You've probably just never ever needed or wanted to use it ever. And basically, what it does is it makes sure that your monitor is color calibrated to an existing standard. It's possible if he's here that Steven Glicker has done this, because this way you can, figure out what if are the colors that you're seeing the same colors that your printer is going to see. And in fact, actually, that's one of the reasons why I have this thing here. So this is called a Color Checker Passport Edition, and for the most part, as a photographer or videographer, all I really care about is this. This is just a gray card, which I can use to white balance stuff. But the other side of this is this color swatch palette. And the reason why this is because this way I can do stuff in my computer, and I can actually literally compare it to known quantities. That's why you're not supposed to touch these, because this is not print. This is actually pigment. If I smeared this, it would actually, I could write with it. So it's actually like a pouch of pigment. So this way I know what this color is, and this color can be checked against it. But like I said, I also have something called an X-Rite color profiler that I put on my monitor screen. It actually it hangs right on your monitor, and then it runs this app, and it creates a color profile. Anyways, that way you get your monitor color calibrated. Anyways, this screen is color calibrated, but so cool, color calibrated, it's 4K, and it's OLED, which is all really great. However, the thing that I'm the most excited about is, now, if you've used an iPad, which I have, by the way, I do not own many Apple products, but I did buy an iPad Pro in 2018, and I really liked the iPad Pro. I had real problems with the battery life. It was terrible. I had real problems with the Bluetooth. It was terrible. I had real problems with the Wi-Fi antenna. It was terrible. Did I mention the battery life was terrible? And obviously, of course, the App Store and the updates were horrible. And then, of course, they would always delete stuff that was no longer active because they upgraded their apps so often, so that there are apps and games that are installed on my iPad that if I ever delete them, they're gone forever because they're just no longer on the App Store, and the iPad doesn't officially support them anymore. Anyways, but it was a great device, and one of the things that I loved the most about it was the Apple Pencil, which is a really, really nice piece of tech, 100% with that. So now I did have some problems with the Pencil, of course. The battery life on the Pencil was terrible. Getting a theme here, because for some odd reason it needed to connect via battery. And it had to do with the screen and the capacitance. Well, for those of you who don't know, a tablet like this is not Wi-Fi. It plugs in right, via USB-C or Thunderbolt. And styluses are not, there's no charging, there's no nothing. So this stylus, it doesn't connect wirelessly to this tablet. It uses conductive capacitance in order to know where the screen is. However, this screen, unlike my old one, is touch sensitive. And that means I can draw lines and I can do all this cool stuff with my stylus. I can flip my stylus over, and this little button here is an eraser. But this is what I couldn't do with my Wacom. I know it sounds stupid, but I'm really excited about it. I can use my finger and I can pinch, zoom in and out. I can move around the screen. And that is a massive deal for me because if I was using my stylus before on whiteboards, as we often do, and I needed to move over, or zoom in or zoom out, I would actually have to take my hand off of the screen, go to my mouse, hold down the space, take my other hand, my left hand, hold down the space bar to activate the pan tool or the zoom tool, and then use my mouse to move around. And I found that to be extremely annoying. And I like whiteboarding. Also, I do, I still do photo editing from time to time, and I like to mess around with, Photoshop and drawing and stuff like that. And I'm not an artist by any stretch of the imagination. I just like to, I don't even really draw. I just kind of doodle and stuff like that. So, that's a pretty expensive little type thing for just to doodle, but I'm really excited about it. So I went ahead and I picked it up. And so, yes, I basically bought this. Yes, there's upgrade, the 4K, the OLED display, the color calibration, all that stuff is great. I could have bought this a long time ago, but it came with this little Bluetooth remote for my left hand, so I can program these buttons to stuff, which I haven't done yet. So maybe we'll do that together. But which is cool. I mean, again, I could have bought this before, I just never did. But that's kind of neat. Came with the box. And it also actually it came with 2 styluses. So it came with, let me see if I can get this out. Here we go. So it came with the traditional stylus, but it also came with this like real thin one, more like an Apple Pencil. Now it's not as, this one's kind of got padded. It's kind of got like a thick rubber sheath around it. This one's just kind of like, if you've ever used an Apple Pencil, it's a lot like an Apple Pencil, which my hands are kind of big, so the Apple Pencil does get a little bit tough for me. It's like this is basically like a number 2 pencil. And I don't know about you guys, but number 2 pencils do start to get a little bit tough on the grip. Okay, so that was my long spiel about what I just bought, and there's a bunch of chat here. I did get distracted by someone talking about the lighting there. Laodin? I can't see it. Laodan? I can't tell. I viewed your YouTube video on the Legend of the Five Rings RPG. We have several, so if you enjoyed that one, there might be like 5 more that you can check out. And I fell deep in love with the game. Thank you. Well, it is an excellent game. It's a little bit confusing at times, and sometimes it's not always the best edited game, but it is really good, and I support your decision. According to YouTube analytics, the KOLC channel is my most watched YouTube channel of 2025. Anyone want to guess what the most watched YouTube channel for me for 2025 was? Guesses in chat. You got a Zensi Labs pen tablet last year. I like it. Yeah, I think they're wonderful. I think they're wonderful devices for artists, and I think they're wonderful. Again, I've used my Wacom forever. I don't need the screen. Technically speaking, I don't need the screen, but it is really nice. Oh, and that's actually, it's not actually a nothing burger. Because you might think, Derek, you already have 3 screens. I've got a 4K screen here. I've got a 4K screen here. I've got a 4K screen here. And then I've got my teleprompter screen here. But when I'm using the whiteboard, one of those screens is taken up by Microsoft Whiteboard or Excalidraw. But now I have a 5th screen right here. So now I can have my OBS up. I can have my stream statistics up. I can have whatever else I have up or looking at, some show notes or whatever. And I can have my whiteboard. So that's pretty cool too. Yeah, I mean, Wacom's they are very, very nice. I'm a big fan. Again, I love the brand, and they make beautiful pieces of tech, you know? But they are expensive. They are expensive.
Duncan DT tipped $5. New Tech Pog.
New Tech Pog, indeed. Thank you so much, Duncan DT. Appreciate that. Well, again, it is thanks to you guys. You know, I came into, obviously, as some people have noted, I've streamed a lot over this holiday season. And you guys have been really awesome. You guys have really supported the hell out of me, and guys made for a Merry Christmas. And I've been traveling a lot and stuff like that, but you know, most of the stuff I've bought has been pretty basic, and I wanted to buy something fun and nice for me. And yes, it is for the channel, so yes, I can write it off. But this is the kind of tech I love, and I will be completely honest. No surprises here to anyone. I do have gear acquisition syndrome. As a photographer, as an RPG player, I like cool tech. I like buying gear. I like, you know, bits and boops and all that other stuff. I'm a fan. So yeah, you know, the gas is strong. And so I do like getting new toys. And for a new toy for me is something like a new tablet or something like that. All right. Let's see here. You're showing your age of internet connection, but man, I remember the days of everyone using Snowball mics. Yeti Snowball was it was their first big release, and there's nothing wrong with the Yeti Snowball by any stretch of the imagination, but it is not what I would consider to be one of the best mics of all time. But it's certainly better than most people's mics. So yes, I agree. Better usability is an upgrade, and for me, just being able to, you know, move around and use my fingers is very, very nice. Also, it's gesture control, so it doesn't really matter. But like I can program it for like a three finger push. I can program it for a 4-finger push. I can program something for a 5-finger push. Well, I will let you know, Declan, how I enjoy it. Again, I've used their other tablet, but it didn't have the features that I wanted. So, you know, we'll see how this goes. The diagram between RPG players, people who appreciate ARP implements, and streaming setups is a circle. Well, you know, maybe. I mean, we're an esoteric bunch. All right, so what do we got here? Bob Ross is a guest. No, although I do own, as people know, I do own an entire collection of Bob Ross branded oil paints, brushes, like liquid white, liquid black, liquid clear, phthalo blue, phthalo green, cad yellow. I got them all because I do like Bob Ross, and I watch it on YouTube all the time. And I've even done Bob Ross style paintings. One of them is hanging in my mom's house. She thought it was so nice. Let's see here. Ginny D, not quite. Roll for Combat, close. It was in the top 5. No, not some carpentry thing. Not Arcane Mark. No, the answer was or is Luis Scott Vargas's channel, which used to be called The Divination, but now I just think it's called Luis Scott Vargas. No, Luis Scott Vargas is my #1 watch channel. He puts out a daily draft. 99% of the days he puts out a draft video. Him drafting Cube, or him drafting something on Arena, or him drafting a Magic the Gathering set. And it's like the primary way that I interface with Magic now is I usually watch it. I watch it at, like, if I'm at the gym and I'm on the cardio machine, I'll just put on his draft. I usually watch it at ×2 speed or ×2.5 speed. In fact, Roll for Combat has seen me or listened to me, I'm sure, many times watching or listening to LSV because we've hung out so much. And, you know, like after the end of the day, we get back to the hotel room and, you know, we're kind of just burnt out after a day of work in the con, and you know, we both kind of throw ourselves in bed, and you know, or he'll hop onto his computer and and it's funny that he says this because my roommate Amanda also gets really annoyed for some reason when people like me, and you know, I don't always have my headphones set. I've gotten better, and knowing that annoys him, I will put on my headphones, you know, my earbuds or whatever. Because when people hear me listening to the draft at like ×2.5 speed, they get really annoyed. I think if it was at regular speed, they wouldn't be annoyed. But because it's like so fast, it almost like demands their attention, because I think their brain starts trying to figure out what they're saying, and they don't want to listen, but they're like being forced to listen or something. So this is a known quantity, and I kind of love it that I have this power over people. I watch Cheon. I mean, I would say Cheon's my number 2. Pumpkin. Cheon is definitely my number 2. Number 3, I used to watch more Kenji, but I don't watch him anymore. But I would say Cheon is my number 2. But I probably watch, for every like 5 LSV drafts, I will watch 1 Cheon. And it's not even that I dislike him. It's just that I like LSV's. I think LSV has a different perspective on the game, that it more aligns with the way I'm thinking about the game, and I like his style of commentary better. But I still love Paul. I think Paul Cheon's great. That's cool, Zarian. I love Bob Ross. I love everything about his attitude. I loved his thought philosophy around painting to make it available to people. And yeah, it's not traditional oil style painting, which can take, hours and hours and hours and hours. And, you do the painting, and then you actually have to wait weeks, right, for the oil to dry so that you can add the next layer and add the next layer, which is an amazing, incredible art style. And I think I absolutely love oil painting. It is my favorite medium, even in like a museum piece. And I love everything by Monet. And when I was in high school, I went to France. I had the opportunity to go to France, and I had the opportunity to go to Giverny. And Giverny is where Monet, it was like his home is outside of Paris. And it's this beautiful home that is like on these gardens with all these bridges and all these ponds, and that's where like he painted all of his water lilies. I remember when I got my first checkbook, you could pay the extra money to get the special checks, and I remember I had a Monet series of checkbooks, so all my checks were different versions of water lilies, and I've had the opportunity to get to see a lot of Monet's paintings over the years. So, anyways, I think oil painting is amazing. I think it's awesome, and I wish I had more time to do it. I guess I do, but I just I would need the proper setup or something for it. I guess I don't know. Yeah, Spark V. So Jess Redicop, who is a regular here in the comments, and of course a friend of Roll for Combat and us, she was hyping up Juan tablets the other day too. And I actually looked at them. I didn't really know the brand. I'd heard of it, but hearing her sort of endorse them made me take another look at it. And I think they look really great too. And I've seen a million ads for Tor boxes. And I don't know, maybe one day I'll check it out and have fun with it. I think that'd be cool. Memento Mori, welcome. Oh, hey, Memento Mori, thank you for joining the Patreon, by the way. I appreciate you. You were our last member to join. And I did see that, but I didn't get a chance. I don't think I got a chance to say hi, hello, how the hell are you? Well, but I'm saying it now, so thank you. At least I think it was you. Yes, you joined this afternoon. Welcome. Appreciate you. I'm more of a fan of gouache painting. You mean gouache? Oh, yeah, you did mean gouache. Okay. Yeah, gouache is great. I love watercolors, so I love gouache. Gouache is just basically a very heavily pigmented watercolor, and I think gouache is really, really cool. I think watercolors are really cool. One of my favorite Magic the Gathering artists, Rebecca Guai, and she's done D&D stuff too, but I first knew her through Magic. But Rebecca Guai actually did a lot of the art from one of my favorite bestiary book of all time, which is the Dragonlance Bestiary. Let me see if I can find it here. Might be over here. This is the other thing I like about the oh damn, I can't find it. This is the other thing I like about the headset is I can get up and keep talking.
$25. No thoughtful comment, just supporting.
Profound Dark, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. And right there, ladies and gentlemen, that is why the live stream model has been so incredible for us. I think in 2 ways. One, and I've said this before and I'll say it again. tipping changed the way that I've been able to support my my channel. So, a single tip from Profound Dark just then is the equivalent. Okay, that's the equivalent of 7,000 views. And so, a single tip from one person, is worth 7,000 views. And a channel like mine, we don't get 7,000 views that often. In fact, even if you go to like some of the big YouTubers, they might get 10,000 or 12,000, and they're big YouTubers, 15,000. So a single tip like that is just worth so much and that's why I can talk about shit like this. And I don't just have to talk about 5e because of that kind of support, which is incredible. Secondly, live streaming enabled me to do what I do best, which is talk to people. I think the thing that really strikes me about when I meet content creators who do video-based content, it seems so one-directional. It seems so lonely. I don't want to lecture to you. I want to have a conversation with you. If I say something and you think it's stupid or wrong or you don't understand it or you want further explanation, you say, I don't get that. And I can respond. And we could talk back and forth. I mean, that's obviously what the Patreon is in a nutshell. It's why I spend 30 plus hours a week in my Discord talking with people, because I like having conversations. But I fundamentally love talking, not just to talk. I like talking back and forth. I like having a conversation. And that's so important to me. And I think it also really, it changes how this channel can operate, because it means that we can have this really, really interesting dialogue. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for, right? It's not just a video about RPGs. It's a dialogue, and we're able to talk. And I think that's really, really cool. So tipping has been, streaming, and because between tipping and the dialogue, the conversation, very important. Let's see here. Seldon Hardy, that's really funny. What's up, Nimble? Shout out. You just got done watching an LSV vid? Yeah. Which one was it the one where he played pre-modern and he played the Dreadnought Stifle deck? I just watched that one today. I think that was his new one today. I don't normally watch Constructed too much, but I did watch that one today. He said, yep, that's the one. So for those of you who don't know, Dreadnought is a, I can't remember, Phyrexian Dreadnought is a Magic the Gathering card. It is a 12/12 monster. That's a big monster. That costs no mana. However, when it enters play, it puts a trigger on the stack that says, sacrifice this creature, the one you just cast, unless you sacrifice 12 power worth of creatures. So basically, you're getting a 12/12, but you have to sacrifice 3 or 4 other creatures whose power add up to at least 12. Doesn't seem like a great win. However, because it's a trigger, in Magic the Gathering, you can respond to that trigger. And one of the things that you can do in this game is basically counterspell your own trigger, making it so that it gets canceled, and then you just have a 12/12 in case, which I've known about. But using the charm to phase it, now that is awesome tech. That is awesome tech. Anyways, by the way, Nimble, I did get an email. I did get your email, and I will respond to you shortly. But in short, yeah, that all sounds really awesome. I do love the Impressionists as well. I love Impressionism. It's one of my favorite. I'm not like a big art guy, art historian or whatever, but I do love Impressionism. Why isn't Jess ever on stream here or on RFC? She's on RFC. A lot of times it's like, Jess or Derek in that respect. Oh, Jackal, why you got to stab me so deep? It's in the box. Don't hate me. It's in the box. It's a nice airbrush though, but it is in the box. Have I seen the new Gwai art for Lorwyn Eclipse? I have not. But I'm super excited that I didn't know she was doing a lot of pieces. That's amazing. Fantastic. I didn't play Lorwyn. That was during a time when I wasn't playing Magic. So I quit playing during Kamigawa block, and I didn't come back until Innistrad / Return to Ravnica. Thank you, Zenbo. That's true. I will probably be. Yeah, Stephen Gar. So we ran into JP Couvert and a couple other people at Origins, and he was like, we were at the bar, and he said he saw me, he recognized me, and he came over and he said, "Hey, Derek," he goes, "What's all this?" And I said, this is my Patreon. We're having a meetup here at Origins. He goes, "All these people are members of your Patreon?" I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "That's so awesome." And his buddy or whoever was with him was like, "Why don't you do that?" He goes, I don't know why I don't do that." And I think that just this past Gen Con, I think he did do that, which is awesome. And he was such a sweetheart. He had a bunch of zines that he put. Actually, I think I have one right, literally, maybe right here. I should give this away. Not that I'm saying I don't want it, but just, yeah. He handed out a bunch of stuff like this to a bunch of my patrons. He had a bunch of zines with sticker packs and little maps and character sheets, and he handed a bunch of these out to people. And everyone was so stoked because, you know, JP's he's a real YouTuber. You know, he's got 100,000 subs now, and it was cool to have him there. Thank you, Luke. Yeah, digital art still doesn't grab me. I don't know why. I mean, sometimes it's really beautiful and it's really great, but for whatever reason, it just does not grab me the way it should be. Yeah, I mean, I will say this. I think being here live is awesome because you can respond and you can question, you can throw chips up and I'll answer them and I'll take that. The downside is it takes forever. The advantage of the VOD, or I should say the disadvantage of the VOD, is you don't get to talk. But the advantage of the VOD is you can put that bitch on ×2 speed. And as someone who watches most of my YouTube content at ×2 speed or ×2.5 speed, I understand. I'm just trying to get through all the chat. I mean, I watch it at ×2, ×2.5 speed as well. So, Roll for Combat shouting out Nimble says, "Your new bestiary looks sick. I want a preview." Yeah, I mean, we were talking about D&D killers the other day. We brought up Nimble, and you know, again, I think saying that Nimble is 5e compatible is a bit underselling it. I think it's kind of its own thing, and I think that's a good thing. But I was really surprised at how much support. I mean, in a good way. There's a lot of people who are really digging that, and we have a couple people on our Patreon even who have like the Nimble Discord tag, and they're kind of becoming Nimble fanboys and Nimble fangirls, which I think is really cool. But where is this tablet and whiteboard? That's a great question. So we're gonna go over there. How do you like the sorcery TCG? I don't know that one. Oh God, I couldn't watch something if it wasn't at ×2 speed. All right. Let's get this started. Okay. So, can we get a "what are we even doing here" as the first on-stream thing on that tablet? Sure, why not? Yeah, there we go. So here is our new tablet. Okay. And here we go. Oh, we got a little thing there. All right. And now the moment of truth. Oh, look at that, folks. I'm zooming in and zooming out. I'm using my finger to move it around. Oh, look at that, 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 look at that. That's awesome. I can also do stuff like I can use my 2 fingers. I can tap, and that brings up my right, that's like the equivalent of a right click, which is cool. I can select with my finger. I can select text, so I could select this even, and then I can make it bigger, which is pretty cool. And fan that. So there we go. Oh, I forgot the Wii. Look at this. Wait. Here we go. There we go. Look at that. You didn't even know. Chat, do not let him get away with this. So there, see, no one even needs to know that I forgot the we, which is fantastic. This people are very upset about this. It's what are even doing here? I didn't even notice. It's like it's who was just talking about this? Oh, it was Roll for Combat. It was Steven. He was talking about how if you read it, right, like your brain will fill in the world, or your brain will fill in the gaps automatically, and it makes it really hard to proofread. I got my alpha signed by Melissa Benson last year. That's awesome. So for those of you who don't know, Melissa Benson is an early Magic the Gathering artist. I don't think she does art anymore, but she is the artist. Oh, she is the artist who did a little card called Shivan Dragon, which along with Force of Nature was basically my Alpha Sorceries. Oh, never mind. I thought you meant Alpha Magic cards. I was about to be like, really fucking impressed. Never mind. I take that back. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Sorry. I have this new technology, but I am bad at it. That is very true. Yeah, people have been playing Riftbound. I've seen it. I've definitely seen people playing it for sure. Which is, it's a good thing. All right. Well, we've caught up with chat, I think, a little bit here. So I did have this chat, or I did have this topic because I basically spent a lot of today mostly looking at a couple of things. I was looking at Dragon Tide survey results, and I was also having some conversations with our Northern Reaches folks, and of course, both of these games are currently on hiatus. Right, our season 0 of Dragon Tide is complete, and we just finished season 3 with a star here of Northern Reaches. So we've had a lot of experience with these games now. So we've run Northern Reaches for many years, and it's always been Pathfinder 2, of course. And this, of course, is Dragonbane. And this was a new experiment for us to try a different game and see how it went. And it did. And one of the reasons why this has become more of a factor for us, and I think it's important that my community, I think, in many ways, it's sort of important to me that I talk the talk and I provide a way to walk the walk. Put another way, there was a time where we talked a lot about Pathfinder 2. And Pathfinder 2, while not D&D, was definitely not an unpopular game. But as our channel evolved and we started sharing my love of all these other different games, one thing that I became kind of painfully aware of was this idea that I'm going to come out and I'm going to talk about a game, and there might be an upswell of community support for that game, and a lot of people become interested in it, but it is not a popular game. And there is not necessarily a good way for people to play it. Now, yes, we could have a single GM who puts together a one shot or maybe even a small campaign. But, ultimately it's very limited to, the availability of that one GM. And so, and I've talked about this before, but at one point in time, our Patreon, okay, was like 120 people, and we had like 50, maybe we had like and we had like 60 to 70 people in Northern Reaches. So more than half of the people in the Discord were playing PF2, and they were playing PF2 via our Northern Reaches game. Now the Patreon is like 550 people. And Northern Reaches, although, again, it depends on when you take the snapshot. Most of our mega games kind of start off fairly popular. They might even gain a little bit of popularity, and then there's usually a long, slow kind of decay till you reach sort of the hardcore people who really, really love the game, and then they play it out. This is almost always the way that the curve of our Mega Reaches games go. But I would say, roughly speaking, that we still have 60 to 70 people playing in Northern Reaches. But percentage-wise, and by the way, that's an awesome situation. I mean, this year, during the peak period, we were getting something like 30 plus games of Pathfinder 2 being played per week. 5-6 games going on at a time, filling up all. It's a good thing we have a fully boosted Discord server. We can support all this video feed and audio feeds because people all use our Discord as a sort of the chat rooms while they're playing on Foundry, which of course also, remember, I spend $200+ a month basically on Forge servers, which broke. We won't get into that. So we can support all this, so people can play online. Anyways, but not as many people play Pathfinder 2. I mean, absolutely they do, but relatively not as many people play. So I feel like as a channel owner that I should be trying to find something for these folks. Now, I understand that of these 550 people, I don't know, 200 of them are eternal and permanent lurkers, right? So, they might not even join the Discord. I have people who've joined. I have people who have been members of my Patreon for years, and they've never said hi, and they've never joined the Discord, and that's okay. That's totally okay. But of the remaining 350 people, I would say somewhere around half of that, 150 plus 175 people, are fairly active on the Discord. And a lot of them are playing games. And I think it'd be cool to give them an option to play something as well. And not just be, hey, do you want to play PF2? No. Because again, once upon a time, our channel was about PF2. We played PF2. We played back-to-back actual plays of PF2. We did one-shots, holiday one-shots of PF2. I did combat and tactics. I did all spells ranked. I did all archetypes ranked. Everything about, not everything, but a lot of this channel was about Pathfinder 2. And so it makes total sense that if you join our little Discord, you could expect that there's going to be a lot of Pathfinder 2. But that's not the case anymore. Now we're talking about Panic at the Dojo and the One Ring and the Land of Eam, which is what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. And so now most people who join our Discord are coming in there and they don't play Pathfinder 2. Many of them have never played Pathfinder 2. We were just talking on our stream last time that Vin was on, and Tundalus was like, tipped because he was like, hey, the more thank you for continuing to thank you for continuing to educate me about Pathfinder 2. So again, Pathfinder 2 is still a great game, and there's still a lot of support for it, and we still run Northern Reaches. In fact, it's the single greatest thing that I spend money on for the channel, between the servers and all this other stuff. But it is no longer the driving force of our Discord. And so that means that I want to try to provide something that other people can play. Now, there's nothing wrong with being a lurker. I get it. Number one, life gets in the way. Number two, not everybody wants to interact on that level. And that's fine. I don't think anything wrong with that. And that's a great, I want to be, if you want to play, I want you to be able to play. If you don't want to play, hopefully we can, then you don't have to be. So, well, I'm glad you enjoy it, Mark. Since your community is so invested in Foundry, have you considered the upcoming Ember system? Lugs, I spent some time at PAX Unplugged over at the Foundry booth, talking with the Andrew, the creator of that system, owner of Foundry. We've looked at it long and hard. And I think it's really exciting. And I fully believe that we will probably do something with it or embrace something with this. In talking with him, and he actually kind of was aware of this, but in talking to him, he believes that we own the most Foundry licenses of anyone on the planet as like a singular entity. So if you unless there's some other way to give Foundry money that I don't know about, I think it can be made. The statement could be made that Knights of Last Call has spent more money on Foundry and supported more money directly to Foundry than anyone else, outside of maybe some sort of external investor or something. But in terms of like customers, as far as I know, the only way you can really support Foundry is buying from them, is buying licenses, I think. And so by that definition, since we've bought the most licenses, we have provided them with the most money. I mean, it's crazy how many Foundry licenses we have. It might be close to 50. 50. Not even kidding. Which in the grand scheme of things, right, isn't a whole lot. Like, what's a Foundry license? $50, right? So 2,500 licenses, or 2,500 licenses, but still, it's not nothing. Thaddeus is skipping PF2 and going straight to PF1 courtesy of Ben. That's sick. You know what, Memba Man, anxiety is real, and I wouldn't tell you otherwise. As someone who is currently still on Lexapro to manage my anxiety, which I didn't have but developed possibly because of PTSD, because of my fire. I feel ya. The only difference, Memba Man, is when I would start to have an anxiety attack, and start to feel that bubbling pressure, I used to go down here. I used to come on here and stream. If you go back to the fall of 2024 and you watch those streams, there are actually a couple of times where you can actually start to see me having a panic attack on the stream. But but this was my way to manage it. Scum and Villainy would be cool. We talked about doing Blades in the Dark forever. Still don't hurry. But that runs into a separate issue, which we can talk about later. But all right, sick. An FU game and Trespasser is imminent. Fantastic. Hey, what's up, Panic? You ended up rolling the Siege of Brindle, little spelling error there, Brindle, as a full-scale mass combat that took 9 hours. Didn't even finish. How can I con Tundle designing the Reaches? So, well, if I had to make a change, Luis, the change would be card support. I want good card support. I want Foundry to be less about tokens. I want Foundry to be less about one of the things I hate about Foundry is like, and again, this is not really, this is not really the point of this, but of this thing, but is in Roll20, I like that everything is just a token. That's what I like. In Foundry, it's like you have a token, but then you also have you have the token, but then you also have the tile, but then you also have the drawing. And my God, I hate the fact that I have all these different things. And then I hate that if you have a token, it has to have an actor attached to the token. And that's really annoying to me. And I hate having to go between all these different layers just to click on it. And again, I'm not like a Foundry guru or something like that. The drawing tools are shit. There is a module called I think it's literally just called Advanced Drawing, which gives you not even advanced tools. It gives you like the most barest, reasonable modicum of tools. It's crazy that they even need to have that. So, anyways, so yeah, but yeah, good Good card support would be amazing. I love it. And I think there's some modules that people have made, but it's just so crazy to me the stuff that Foundry chooses. And again, Foundry, right? They do that vote, and they let the people basically pick what they want more of, and it's always the crap that I just don't give a shit about. Yeah, Big Die Energy. We video, like, we've done video tutorials to try to get people and ease people into that for sure. Yeah, right. I love what TTS does. And to be clear, I think TTS is the truest version of a VTT because it looks like what a table would actually look like. The problem with Tabletop Simulator is everything else. It's the requirements, it's the bugginess, it's the wonkiness of sometimes of the physics, it's the demand, you can't run it in a web browser, right? So there's a lot of problems with TTS for sure, because it's this fully capable physics engine that's literally modeling 3D collisions and objects and stuff like that. But in theory, what TTS does and what the role-playing games does, would be amazing. No, not necessarily TCGs, just cards as in like using cards and using, again, my preference, we're kind of getting way off topic here. My preference for what a VTT would look like is like, here's your tableau. Here's your tableau. Here's your tableau. Here's your tableau. Here's the battle mat. Right? Here's your character sheet. Right? I like being able to actually see like I'm at a table. So yeah, I mean, there's the whole owlbear rodeo and all that other stuff, which is fine. I don't really actually care about much of the automation topic and stuff like that. So, oh, absolutely, Duncan DT. You could have zones that you could auto snap to, right? So you could have a real quick, you push this button and it just snaps right to the battle grid. You snap this button, and it pops out, and it pops right to the there we go. You push this button and it snaps right to your character sheet, or the dice tray, right? I think that would be really, really cool. I would absolutely think that would be amazing. But again, remains to be seen. But TTS is very, difficult to use. What's up, Erica? Hey, all. Mega feast when? Well, yeah, we can talk about that. Actually, we're $5 away on our super chat goal. Looks like. Did I miss a super chat? I don't know. Anyways, we complain about VTTs. Yeah, of course, always. Yeah, that would make VTTs much more palatable. Yes, that's what I want from a VTT, basically. And again, Tabletop Simulator is really great, but Tabletop Simulator is not designed for it, and it doesn't save as well as I would like it to, and it can sometimes be very clunky and odd, even for for board games. So yeah, but yeah. Tailspire Tavern. I haven't messed around with Tailspire as much. I don't really care about the 3D objects. Ironically, that's what I don't care about. I don't care if it quote unquote looks good, right? Like, I don't care if it has this cool 3D environment and all this other crap. I actually kind of don't like that in some ways. So, oh, you know what? There you go, Jackal Torn Moons. Let them eat dino cake. Oh, Jackal Torn Moons. Thank you so much. Well, that's the super chat there. Appreciate you, Jackal. Technically, they're not dinosaurs, although we could have dinosaurs. Those people were nice enough to send me that stuff. What's up, Stan? Nice to see you. Okay, so kind of on topic then. Mega game. So we're, again, what we're doing here, is there anything here valuable that I need? No, not really. So what are we talking about here? We were getting our surveys back, and so this has got me thinking about mega games and their role and what we need to do and some of the challenges that we're facing. And I kind of was taking some notes in Google today, and I thought I would just share them with you guys. And really, it was just an excuse to use my whiteboard. So there you go. So these are kind of now some of these things are important to me, but they may not be important to everybody else. But I think that even if people say these aren't important to them, I would say maybe they shouldn't be playing mega games at all, because I think that they should be important to you. Okay, so the first is what I'm going to call visible, clear progress at multiple scales. So for me, what I think defines a mega game, more so than say the way that a lot of places use mega game, or they use the term West March, and a lot of those places they basically provide a sort of a multiverse where you go and you play in a GM's campaign, your character levels up and you get progression that way. But one GM's campaign doesn't really affect another GM's campaign. One player's actions don't affect another player or another GM's campaign unless they're playing in that campaign. So for me, one of the things that I think really defines it the most is this idea of tracking and communicating progress at 3 levels. Number 1, personal. Right? Characters growing, changing, developing, leveling up, you name it. I think, you need to have that sort of character growth. I think that's important. Number 2. Now, I'm going to use the term here of faction, but I don't necessarily mean, I don't necessarily mean factions the way that people. This is just kind of a terminology that I've been using lately. But I'm going to say faction, NPCs, orgs, groups. Okay, so this is this idea of there are different forces or factions, what we would call fronts or clocks. And your character is leveling up, sure, or things are changing to your character, sure. But I think that you want to see that your actions, right, are changing, right? Players want to see that the world and these groups are changing because of them. And these could be allied, they could be oppositional. And then number 3, I'm still getting used to having this ability to do this, world. Now this one's a little bit more controversial. And it's something that I think we've talked a lot about. Factions, NPCs, organizations, and groups is this idea of temporary. In the sense that, and I use the term temporary to mean that the way that we have done these games historically is through a series of seasons. And when we originally created this idea, it was based off of this idea of ladders from Diablo, Path of Exile, StarCraft, Magic the Gathering, whatever, what have you. And the idea of seasons is pretty simple, right? You give players a defined timeline to sort of start and end, and that way there's a sense of pressure to compete and to play. And more importantly, by the end of the season, when you have some people who barely played at all and they're level 2, and you have some people who played every single day and they're level 99,000, you can reset and you can maybe start over again, which is great because it gives your hardcore players an incentive to keep playing your game and whatever and what have you. And so we originally did this with seasons because when we originally envisioned mega games in, say, of Pathfinder 2, we imagined that we were going to be using an XP-based model. And we understood that over time, right, everyone would start at level 1, but over time you would have some characters who are now level 5, but then maybe some characters are only level 2. And then after an even longer period of time, some people are level 10, and these people are now only level 3, and maybe some of these people are only level 7. And then over a long enough period of time, these people go all the way to 20. Some of these people only made it to 11. These people only made it to 8. And these people maybe never made it to 4. And so by the end of the season, you have this massive rift between the highest and the highs and the lowest and the lows. And in a game like PF2, all of these characters are reasonably compatible. And even anybody who played Pathfinder 2 would tell you 3 levels is a lot. And so we kind of understood that as the game went further and further on, this would become untenable, and we would need to reset it and kind of go, close the season, make changes, get feedback, iterate, evaluate, iterate, and try again. And that's why we developed this pattern of, the game launches and say in the spring, and then it plays through until, the fall. And then we basically take off the winter. And then we would reset. And, also too, some of the people, turns out when you give people the ability to play role-playing games as much as they want, sometimes people will play 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times a week. And they can get burned out and they can get stuff like that. So I think it's important and it's nice to have this sort of break. But that seasonal progress was originally there to reset the game. So going back to this really quick, the idea of changing factions, NPCs, orgs, groups, and I say the word is temporary because usually this meant this season. But even from the very beginning, we had this idea of permanent changes. Because while we reset the setting or the season, we didn't reset the setting. We might push it forward in time. We might, we usually pushed it forward in time. Could be a couple of years, could be 5 years, right? We really wanted to sort of close the chapter, open up a new one. Not like, and then we start off tomorrow, right? And one of the things that became very appealing to people was the idea that in this current season, if you worked hard enough and accomplished enough, you could change something that wouldn't just change the current state of things for the current season, but could actually fundamentally change the world such that all future seasons, the actual literal bedrock of the game, would have been updated and changed. And Derek calls it legacy. Yeah. Legacy. Legacy is very important. And it's a very satisfying objective. And we discovered this pretty quickly, that being able to make a permanent impact on the game was a very big deal for people. And it could be cosmetic and it could be mechanical. But sometimes it was just narrative or cosmetic. But I remember that there was a lot of people who were very proud when we first started Northern Reaches Season 1. Again, this was Pathfinder 2. We, Smith and I, we only allowed absolute most basic ancestries right from the book. And we didn't mess around with any of that stuff. And throughout the course of play, people, updated and unlocked new ancestries that they could play. But one of the things that they did do in Season 1 was they basically unlocked ancestry such that the next season, Season 2, started off where from the very first day of the very first day of that campaign, you could be, a kobold or a goblin or something like that. because they had basically permanently unlocked that. Like the world itself had changed, and our shared understanding of that world had changed. So I think between these three things, because also too, the way that we do our seasons typically, right? Personal is temporary, factional is temporary in that respect, because you start a new character, and even factions can sometimes be temporary in the game that you're playing, right? The Orcish Raiders arise, right? The white lightning raiders, and they're a problem, and we're dealing with them, and you're impacting them, and then there's a big fight, and a bunch of people do a bunch of sessions to weaken their power base, and then there's a raid or something, and then they're wiped out. Okay, cool. The faction came up, it became a problem, it rose, it fell, it got destroyed, right? So the faction itself sort of became temporary in that respect. But being able to change the world gives you this real sense of legacy. I like that term a lot, and I think that's really important. So visible, clear, persistent progress at multiple scales: personal, factional, and world. Or in other words, put like personal, temporary, permanent. And I think that this is best served when these changes are public, concrete, and I'll use the term frequently referenced. Now, I'm not going to lie. We haven't always done the best job with all of these things. But some of the mistakes that we have made have involved things like progress that wasn't public. People weren't exactly, and sometimes it was even it was public progress, but due to limitations, it wasn't public. What does that mean? Well, a lot of times we might have something like a clock, okay, that is updated based off of the actions that groups take in a session. But there's a bottleneck. The GM has to run that session. Then the GM has to tell the people running the game, usually like me and Smith and Bob, the overlords, or Northern Reaches, it's a GM council. They have to tell them, hey, this is what happened in this session, and we think it should affect that White Lightning faction front. But, no one's been, no, the GM councils, they're volunteers. There's a lot of stuff on their plate. They're not, they're just hanging out. Bob and Smith, they got wives and kids, and sometimes it might take them days or a week, to get to that. And so, there may have been 4 or 5 GMs who have run sessions to affect a clock, but because it has to go through this bottleneck, it doesn't feel like it's being, there's like kind of like it's going into a Schrodinger's box. You actually don't know what the value, like if you looked at the clock, you would be like, okay, it was an 8 clock. We've got 5 of it publicly filled in. But it could be completed. We don't know. A bunch of GMs ran sessions for it, but they're still pending approval, for the consequences to be locked into the world state. And it's in this weird kind of, quantum superposition where you don't understand it. So the same thing, that's public. Same thing is with concrete. Again, we haven't always gotten this perfect. It's not always clear what you need to do to make a change. A lot of times, there's a lot of, I hate to say it, subjective bias. In fact, in our very earliest seasons, right, a GM would run a session. Then, after the session, they would write a after-action report, and they would submit it to the overlords with recommendations of which clocks had been, changed. Then the overlords, that was like me, Bob, and Smith, we would get together like weekly or twice a week. We would sort of read through them, and then we would kind of, vote / fuck it, we ball on what people, had written and what they thought should happen. And then we would sort of, in a very, very non-clear manner, say, yeah, that ticked 1 clock. It wasn't always clear what you had to do. The input to the output was kind of squishy and nebulous. And that has occasionally created some problems. And that is something that we could always, do better about. Now, to be clear, that is something that is tricky to do because it's an RPG. And there's a lot of room for wiggle room. Now, of course, normally this isn't a problem because you're the GM. So the person you're submitting the after action report to internally in your own mind is you. So the person running the session and the person deciding it have the same set of values. So there's no disconnect, right? But now we have multiple GMs who are running games in slightly different ways, and they have slightly different understandings of the situation. All RPG sessions are, unique entities. And then when they make a submission, one person might say, my group killed a green dragon that was destroying the elves. We also blew up a dam that the loggers had made in a very Sauron way to work the stream and work the furnaces. So we killed a green dragon. By the way, it was an extreme encounter. And we blew up a dam, and we think that that is worth +2 ticks on the clock. And then another group plays, and their GM submits it, and they said they had a nice conversation with some dryads, and they stopped to talk to some forest people. And we didn't even roll any dice. It was awesome. It was a great role-playing session. We think that should be +2. For helping out the woods. Right? Now you can see the problem that we face. Because some people think that this kind of behavior should be rewarded, and some people, and it's possible that the GM who ran this session would say, I think that should be fucking a big fat 0. Whereas the GM who ran this session says, aren't we playing a role-playing game? My players showed up, they interacted, they took actions, they talked to each other, we talked with NPCs, we made important decisions about, we think this is worth +2 as well. And then people start getting into arguments, they're like, okay, but I could have been killed by this dragon. You were in no danger. So now it's like, okay, so does that mean that combat should be worth more than non-combat? And, are you rewarding things differently from that perspective? So it's not always clear what the best way forward is. So the concreteness is something that is important, and we haven't always gotten this right. And we haven't always gotten this one right. Okay. Lastly, frequently referenced. Sometimes people do stuff and it ends up getting swept under the rug. And I'm not saying that everything has to be, equally important and we have to bring up stuff all the time. But unfortunately, it is sometimes the case that, people will work on something or something that people care about, and it just kind of, it doesn't go anywhere. It kind of just gets lost in the sauce, or it gets pushed aside because of something else that comes wrong that's much more, popular or interesting. Players might work really hard to do something in the game, and that group of players really cared hard about that. But maybe no one else did. And maybe none of the other GMs really care, and maybe the overlords don't really care, the GM council doesn't care, and so it just doesn't come up. And it's kind of one of those oh yeah, that definitely still happened, but yeah, okay, moving on. So we haven't always gotten that right. But I think that when those three things are done, correctly, that's how you end up with a real sense of visible, clear progress at multiple scales. Now, personal progress usually is pretty easy for that. People see what level you are. It's very clear what you need to do to level up. You need to get 1,000 experience points in PF2, or in our most recent season, you just auto-leveled every 3 weeks, so everyone was the same level. And it's frequently referenced because, you're always looking at your character sheet. So that part, pretty well taken care of. But the other stuff can be a little bit trickier. So I think that if if players cannot point to the map or to, an NPC or a faction or a building or a structure or a rules change, and they can't say, I did that or we did that, then I think the game has lost its heart. I think it's lost its momentum. Now, again, I said that these are the things that are really important to me because, believe it or not, there are some GMs, well, probably not, it's not believe it or not, but some GMs, I think sometimes dislike that the changes to the world or the factions impact the way that they want to run their game. And they are right in that no one is forcing them to run a game. But in the case of a world change, there could have been something that a totally different group of players with a total, now we have a lot of overlap between the seasons, as you might expect, but people come, people go, and something that somebody did last year before you ever even played the game left its indelible mark into this game. And now you're playing, and these rules affect the way you want to run your game. And you're like, well, I don't like running games that way. I'm a GM, I should be able to do whatever I want. And unfortunately, that's not the case in a mega game. However, that is the way that a lot of GMs like to GM. And we are stuck between a rock and a hard place here because without GMs running games, we do not have a mega game. And so historically, as years have gone by, we, as a Knights of Last Call, and as me being the presiding power that be, I have frequently, in my opinion, pulled back more and more and more from this core conceit, which in my heart of hearts, I believe is absolutely critical to the game. But in order to appease a wider group of people and to maximize the number of GMs who are running games, I have allowed a lot more individual discretion and a lot more, people doing whatever they want. Because because rightfully so, I can't point a gun at their head and go, you must run a game. You're not being paid. They're volunteers. They're opting to run a game. And if the game has become one in which they do not like running a game in that situation, then why would they run a game? I mean, from my perspective, that's actually that's a good outcome. I don't want them running a game if they're hating every minute of it. So then the question is, Pumpkin says it's sad that you pull back from that because it's the best part. It's the most interesting part of a mega game for me and for you. So what's happening here is I think is there's an evolution occurring, or at least a some kind of rift between my vision and what I think these games could and should be versus what other people want them to be. And so it's like, who's right? The customer or not? So, and unfortunately, one of the things that we've tried to do is to try to say, well, let's just have everybody do everything. And we'll put everybody in the same game, and we'll just be really, really, really... Nothing has teeth, right? Because if something has teeth, it might offend someone. And if it offends someone, then they might not run their game, or they may not play their game, and we want them to play their game. And to be clear, 3 years ago, this would have been a big deal, because Northern Reaches represented like 80% of my income for the channel. Now, to be clear, I was working back then, so I didn't really care. But it was nice that the channel was making money, and I had expenses. Back then I had a studio. So, and I had the Foundry servers. Now, something like a mega game for Northern Reaches, as an example, which is still by far our biggest game, yes, by the way, a lot of people, by the way, you might be going, Derek, I don't understand, it's only 50 people. Yes. However, number one, to be in our mega game, you have to be a $10 a month member. Okay, so already people are upgrading from $5, which is our normal vision, our normal entry tier, to $10. But also, too, our dedicated Northern Reaches players are, by percentage, almost universally most of our 25, our 50, and yes, our $100 a month member. The people who really love these games really support the shit out of this channel. And so even though it's only 50 people, let's say using Northern Reaches as an example, that 50 people of 550 have like half of my $100 a month members. So, you know, from a you know, value weighting perspective, I do want to be very conscientious to those people. By the way, I have like 15 of these lists, so we're only on one. Anyways, now Mindblown said something. We were just talking about this today, actually, in the council. Maybe we need two games: Reaches FBT and Reaches Hardcore. The first one we let things slide. Second is Hardcore Vision Mode. That idea has been discussed many times. The problem is that we all know that mega games, I think, benefit from, there's a critical mass of people that you need in order for the game to feel and to act and to be mega. So, you know, if the game only, I don't think that two 25-person people's games, right? I do not think that they are equal to a 50-person game. You know, so in just in terms of the number of moving pieces and all the different opportunities. So I think it's just I think it's an example of where, and again, I don't know what, I mean, I have my theories, but you know, I personally think that for me, I think the independent of what the game is, I mean, I guess it could vary depending on what the system is, but I think for me, I think that a game needs to have between a minimum of 10 to 15 games per week to be viable. You know, I think you need to have it like a game a day, sometimes 2 or 3 games a day. Number one, this is usually a good chance to hit a bunch of different time zones. It means that there's a lot happening that you can't keep track of it all. You know, so yeah, all that stuff. You know, so I think that's really important. So Jess wants to know why I did this. Jess, and again, it could be a Windows thing. I don't know why, but in order to do that, I had to turn off Windows Ink, and without Windows Ink on, the interaction of my stylus in Microsoft Whiteboard was really weird, and like things like the eraser no longer worked. I'd have to hit a keyboard button in order to turn my stylus into an eraser tool. What I like about Windows Ink is I don't actually have to change this between pen and eraser and other things. And again, maybe it's entirely possible that there's some configuration setting that I don't know how to do, but the answer has to do with Windows Ink and the way that Windows Ink interacts with the Wacom tablets. Anyways, but when you get here, you'll find out here. And Windows Ink is already kind of a weird hardware integration system anyways. But yeah, so, you know, Pumpkin, who you know, he was one of our major players early on. It was, you know, talks about splitting the payer base is not the best, right? Jorlson's not been part of the mega campaign, and I missed half the conversation early morning here, but I think that I have been making the change towards the kind of mindset you mentioned, Derek, in my own game. Hey, what up? That's fantastic. Love to hear it. I mean, I don't think what I do is best. I think what I do is best for me. So if that helps you, great. Shu says, I will say at the end of NR season 3, he's talking, we had 10 to 15 games a week, and it felt dead. And that's because we were coming down from a high of 35. So when you go from 35 games a week to 10, it does feel like it's too long. And now we're getting into season. Well, we can get into this back. But Luis says, just 50 people, dude, that's a lot. I mean, now I know why you're trying to be more careful. Yeah, well, it's not just about being careful, Luis. It's also about, look, people join these games, and I know they're getting a great value for their money. You know, we got people who pay $10 a month, and they play 6 or 7 times a month. But I do want to make sure that they're getting a good experience, right? So, all right. Phil confirms that Windows Ink is super sketchy with Wacom. I don't know if it has conflicts with XP. Well, so far, it's been working really good. So we'll see there. All right. So, oops, I moved that So that's number one. Visible, clear progress at multiple scales. Let me erase this real quick. All right. Number two. Now, this is again getting controversy. Meaningful choices that exclude other outcomes. Take care, Philk. Has this been a broad conversation or specific to NR and Dragontide? I mean, obviously my experience, Ryan, is specific to Northern Reaches and Dragontide. So, yes, but in theory, I'm talking about mega games in general. Yeah, no, we talked about doing that, Seldon, about having, D-Priest, Shoes, Eterog, or whatever on, and a lot of people were game. So I think that'd be fun to do. Again, this is a very controversial take, I suppose. But I think that a mega game only matters if not everything can be done or saved. Now, I say this, and I'm reminded of my buddy who lived with me during COVID, and he likes to play role-playing games. And I don't remember what role-playing game he was playing, but he got really upset when he was playing. And not like throwing a tantrum, but just like upset, like, fuck this game. And I was like, why are you so upset? And he said, because it's making me choose between, between getting one character or getting another character. And I'm like, okay, why? He goes, I want both. Right? He's a completionist. He's one of those people. It's like, I get every item, I get every summon, I get every spell, and like the game was basically being like, you can't get both, you can only get one. And it drove him insane. So I understand that this is not maybe for everyone, but I think players have to be able to miss opportunities. They have to be able to lose. They have to be able to create consequences that lock in. There's a lot of people who really just want, at the end of a session to my character needs to be completely back to normal. If a player went into a GM's game and the GM, and there's some curse that got put on their character, and they would, immediately they would be in chat, they'd be in the thing. Hey guys, how do I get rid of a curse? And, people who knew the game better would say, we don't have that yet. We don't have that ability yet to get rid of curses. And they'd be like, wait, so I'm just cursed now? And they're like, yeah, looks like it. And they're like, but this curse is giving me, I'm permanently sickened. 1. That's a -1 to attack. Yeah, okay. How am I supposed to play the game? That's not fair. Pathfinder 2 matters. The math is really tight. You're just saying that I'm cursed now and I can't. Well, why? What happened? Did you just randomly get cursed? No, we went and we decided to fight this circle of hags, this circle of witches, and while we were in the middle of the combat, the one witch summoned up her energy from her cauldron and dropped this massive curse on me to punish them for striking down their sister. And I failed my save, and I got cursed, and so what? I'm just cursed now, and they quit the game. And, see, I mean, there you go. Danabra says perma curses are BS. Zetrum, give PF2 with a $10 super chat says, give PF2 players a -1 on a secondary state and watch them curl into a ball and weave. I understand, why they're upset, because it is a big deal and it does matter. In fact, I would argue if it didn't matter, maybe it wouldn't even make a difference. Okay. Now, and so it's it's a very sensitive, touchy subject. Pumpkin says being able to not do everything makes the game better. And Kyojin, talking about my story about my buddy, he says, I put games down and never picked them up again when I was given a super tough story choice. Immature, I know, but I get the feeling. So again, what I'm trying to highlight here is that folks like my buddy and folks like Kyojin, I mean, it's not some random, unique, one-off situation. But Jorelson says, agree, even for regular games, that this is something I might agree with. But for some campaigns or system, you might want more or less with this stuff. And of course, then you get people saying, I just got to roll high. It should have gotten good, right? And Seldon, you are, again, one of the reasons I'm talking about these conversations is because there is a fundamental, what I think between like what I think a game should be and how people react to that, and this is why I've been thinking a lot about this. And so yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a social pressure. People might go somewhere. One of the big issues, Seldon, is I just want to play, and that game happens to be the game that is available for me this week. My schedule's kind of tough. This game lined up with my schedule, so I signed up for it, even though I wouldn't really want to. Jorelson, who played, had that with a barbarian in my camp being drained for a week by a vampire. He was not a fan of being drained, but he powered through. Now, Pumpkin says, dude, that's an awesome story, though. I'd wear that curse with pride. Now, I'm not saying, when I say that, so now we're getting into, this is a separate topic. One of the problems that we have, hold on a sec. I got to open up a window here. Hold on a sec. I forgot. I have to get your guys' opinion on something. Hold on a sec. I have two different setups. Let me switch real quick. Okay. You guys should still be able to hear me. Okay. So this is background lighting setup number 1. So take a look at that. And then, well, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move that over here. And then you know what? I'll shrink it. And then this is lighting setup number 2. Now it's the same lights. They're on the same color. They're just positioned differently and angled differently. And I'm just kind of curious what chat prefers. All right. So I'm going to put a poll up. I actually, I'm not sure which one. I honestly don't know which one I like more. I'm gonna put a poll up. You guys can let me know what you think. So to be clear, and you know, I can zoom in or I can change these things or whatever, so that we can see it better. There we go. I had to find my poll. Which do you prefer? There we go. All right, so the poll is up. So go ahead and type in chat number 1 or number 2. So number 1 has the lights mounted basically outside of the walls. Okay, so you can actually imagine in number 1 that the light is actually located like right. Where is it? There it is. Okay, sorry. Like the light is like right here and right here. Like where the number 1 is where the light is, right? It's like right here and right here. And it's kind of angled down and going across the wall. Now, for number 2, should be very obvious. The lights are mounted basically right in the middle of each panel, and they're actually kind of pretty close to the wall, and they're basically just shooting straight down. And so you get this more of this kind of like streak, vertical streak in front of it. Now, Keithor, the subjects shouldn't really get too much spill off of this. They're far enough off of the lights that they shouldn't really be. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to see it with a person, but, you know. But, you know, we can't have everything nice. And I should also point out that, like, you know, you are more likely to, let's see, you know, you're going to see this. You know, it's going to look like, you know, that's probably what you're going to see, you know, in terms of the actual visuals, because we do have to cut in, you know. So anyways. So unfortunately. But okay, well, number 2 is well, what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to leave the lights like this. So we're actually going to have 2 different lighting setups. And when I have Bob and Tim and Danny over or later this week for our second One Ring, one person will have the one setup and the other people will have the other setup, and then we can see what it is, you know, what it looks like. So there we go. We'll just leave it that way. But anyways. So, yeah, so the point is, I think that you need to have meaningful choices that exclude other incomes, for sure. Well, for the seams, you know, to be clear, in the original studio setup, Spark, we had pillars that we put in front of the wall in that seam. So those seams were never originally designed to be seen. But because of our new setup and we're in this small bedroom, I don't have room to put those pillars. So it's a little bit trickier. And so we've talked about different options. So one option might be to, we talked about putting, like getting a banner printed. Bob's brother-in-law works at like a print shop and he can do like a banner that we can hang. The other option, which I've actually thought about, is taking my pillars, which are made out of concrete form tubes, cardboard concrete form tubes, covered in like a grout mixture and then painted. I might be able to cut them in half. So it's basically a half pillar. And then I can basically kind of stick the flat side to the seam. And that might work. So, I mean, then you'll have that, obviously, this pillar going up the middle of the seam. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, to be clear, Zen Bullet, so my main key lights that you can see, we're going off on a full tangent here. If you look here in the, you can see the light. This is the key light that shines down. It's hard to see here, but it has a grid. So I've tried to minimize the spill as much as I can, but there's no way to minimize all the spill. It's not like it's completely flagged off. So there is going to be some washing out that occurs on the lights. But anyways, okay. So I think that in order for a mega game to work, I think you need to have meaningful choices that exclude other outcomes. So no matter what, it only matters if not everything can be done and not everything can be saved. Players have to miss opportunities, lose ground, create consequences that lock in. And I will say that, you know, we've had a lot of problems in the past where, you know, because it's not an MMO. Okay? In an MMO, let's say there's some really cool boss monster and they drop okay, Dan Obra. So you're talking about sticks. What about carrots? There's a really cool boss monster, the something lich. And a party goes and fights it. And the lich drops a really cool magic item. Now in an MMO or a video game or Diablo or whatever, everybody could go fight that lich, and everybody would have a chance, if you're a spellcaster, to get the lich's arcanum. You know, it's this cool runic gauntlet, right? That lets you do some really cool shit with spells. And everyone's like, that item is sick. That is such a cool item for basically casters. So in MMO, everybody can go to that monster and get that item, or, you know, fight it many times if you need to, if it's random. In a mega game like ours, there's one of that item. There's one lich. There's one item. Were you there when it died? No, then you didn't get it. So even if I don't give out people permanent curses, the fact that that's a stick. The fact that there's only one cool carrot, believe it or not, upsets a lot of people. Shocking. I know, right? So it's not even about necessarily just getting something bad. Not getting something good can be off-putting to people. Let's say it doesn't seem fair. Their character is better than mine, and I didn't have a chance. So, you know, what do you do? So, now, Platinum says you could do the same thing in an MMO, but it would be very unpopular and it would be a massive commercial failure. Now, meanwhile, see, Pumpkin, I'm glad Pumpkin's here because Pumpkin represents in some ways, you know, the pure Derek Smith creation. Having the one-of-one magic item is amazing. I loved adventuring with Hanog because he was a beast with awesome items, right? That is something, there is a coolness, you know, to that. In some ways, it's a lot like old school D&D. I know not everybody here has played old school D&D, but in old school D&D, a character like a paladin or a ranger were very powerful because they were literally fighters with a boatload of special abilities. Fighters didn't get anything. Fighters didn't get bonus feats. Fighter's shtick was they could use all weapons and armor, and they got basically equivalently +1 attack per level. Paladins and Rangers got the exact same thing. But they also got bonus damage and smite evils and detect evils and all this other stuff. So Paladins and Rangers were just better. But in order to be a Paladin or Ranger, you had to have pretty good stats. And guess what? You rolled randomly for stats. So, yeah, I should say advanced Dungeons and Dragons. So they were just better, but you needed high stats, which meant that someone had to get lucky to roll well enough to be a paladin. So if you were a paladin, you were stronger than other people in your party potentially. And it wasn't like because you did it because you quote unquote deserved it. You just did it because you got lucky. And there is a modern sensibility that absolutely hates every single element of that. And I understand that modern sensibility. But I can also tell you that there was a very strange, there's like a responsibility and a pride and a coolness. And, it's neat when not everybody gets the same prize, when there's a real, when there's a real difference between first place and, fifth place. And not everybody just gets a participation trophy for showing up. And so I think there's something to be said about that. Now, again, this is Derek's ideas, and it doesn't always, it sometimes clashes very much with what a wider community, wants and does. GM Setso says, here's money, and just threw $20 at me. All right. GM Setso, thank you so much. GM Setso, this is the reason this is frustrating is because I just gave him $25 for winning. He filled out a survey for Dragon Tide, and we picked one random survey winner and gave him $25. All right, well at least you're up 5, buddy. So, well, Dan O'Brien, it's not just about being balanced or unbalanced. It's just about having it and not having it. But I do agree with you. It is cooler that you don't necessarily need the item in order to function. If you need the item in order to function in the game, I agree that that is a problem. Man, I desperately want to be on your side of this, but I am trying to empathize, and I might not like the situations you explained. Cinnabos, that is a completely, totally respectable and honest place to be. So now Jorelson. So one of the things that we've done, we had to get kind of gamey, believe it or not, Jorelson, because I think DM Rawlings talked about how people created a communist commune of items. One of the things that we had to create rules for was, okay, you guys can't all just share your items either. And so we ended up having to basically create bind on pickup and bind on equip. I think we used the term soul bound because we wanted those items to be special. You rolled an order so you could be a wizard with 7 intelligence. No, you needed actually wizards might not have needed, you either needed a 9 intelligence or you didn't need an intelligence score of anything. But yes, you could be a wizard with a 7 intelligence. Magic user. You have to have an intelligence of at least 9 and a dexterity of at least 6. So if you didn't have a dexterity of 6 and an intelligence of 9, you could not be a wizard if you didn't roll that. That was in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition. But yeah. Pumpkin says, honestly, the whining of people not having everything is one of the reasons I fell off during season 2. And keep in mind, season 2 was over 2 years ago. We just finished season 3. Last year, we did a variant season called Southern Beaches. And then the season before that was season 2. So what Pumpkin's talking about is over 2 years ago. Now, Haranazora, I am 1,000% in agreement with you. Okay, so Haran says, in rolling well enough to make a paladin or a monk was the reward for your party because it meant they got to play with something they hardly ever got to see. And I kind of agree with you. In that time, in that place when we played those characters, if somebody had this really powerful character, it was almost like they became kind of the QB of the team. They were the person. It's almost like you would throw your character in front of a fireball to protect their character. It's like, protect the paladin. Because it was like, yeah, they were kind of like the main character in that way. But yeah. Waste of mana. These stream titles are hurting my ability to wait until I finish getting my game ready before I rejoin your Discord and Patreon. I'm sorry. We're having too many of them these days. What's up? I'm playing in my first Daggerheart game, and Fuck It We Ball is one of my experiences. That's fantastic. So, Pumpkin saying something. What did I miss here, Pumpkin? What did you say? Oh, they were absolutely the QB. It's such a cool dynamic. You know what? It does. It happens. It happens to everybody. I think for sure. It happens to me. I spend a lot of time there. I mean, obviously, people are paying me to be there, so I have my reasons and my excuses. So I understand. I respect it. You know what? Honestly, again, I'm not naming names here. We've had people have to quit the Discord because it was affecting their marriage, because they were like playing too many games. They were talking about games all the time. They were getting in. They're like, people like, yeah, you can play my game. Yeah, you can play my game. Especially some of the mega games like we're talking about. People were playing and running games 3, 4, 5 times a week. And at a certain point, husbands and wives started to get upset. All right. So it has happened. And it's not like a one-off thing. If it was just a one-off thing, I might be like, well, that is, if it was a one-off thing, if it happened once, I might be like, oh, that's not something that happens. But we've had it happen a number of times, much more than you would think. In other words, I have lost more people to spouses than I've had to ban because they were a dick, So see, look at that. It can save relationships, right? I probably broke up with my ex because of Northern Reaches, but honestly, that was a good outcome. So, to be clear, I kind of broke up with one of my exes because of World of Warcraft, because she was playing it so much. So it worked out well. So it was for the better. What was I going to say? Right. So again, I believe that, there should be mutually exclusive options, that there should be a certain amount of limited resources, and, there should be trade-offs between priorities. And I know that's not always the most popular thing, but, my way of saying it is, failure, I should say, okay. Failure is acceptable. I can't even spell right now. Irrelevant is not. So I'm okay with people failing. I'm okay with people not getting everything that they wanted. What I don't want is your victory to be hollow. I don't want your victory to be irrelevant, and that, the item that you got because you showed up. I think that there's value in sort of, earning your wins. Again, I've talked about this before, but it's like, this isn't healthcare or food or housing. It's like, I think these things are universal and everyone should have them. And I think everyone should have them in the same degree. And we're talking about gaming here. Okay. Number 3, a strong session to game world loop, right? So I think every session needs to change or update the world or the game world in some capacity. And I think that the best way, it's like when Mike Underwood talked about Daggerheart, weaving between the mechanics and the fiction, the mechanics and the fiction, the mechanics and the fiction. For me, it's like you have the GM session, and then you have, essentially you have the mega game. And I love that the idea that the current session draws from the current world state, right? It draws from the current status and situation and elements of the mega game. That session then creates outcomes. Those outcomes then update the world state, and then that updated state now feeds. So this is GMA. But the important part is that GMB right, is doing the same thing. And so when this GM, right, when this GM runs their session, they're going to change the world state. And by changing the world state, they will change this GM's session. And I think that that is essential. You know, I think that, you know, I think there's two. Yeah, we live in a society. I actually think there's two kinds of session or two types of situations that are problematic with this. The first type of session are the sessions that, you know, I mean, for lack of a better word, you know, the GM just kind of wants to do their own thing. And not really be impacted by the mega game. And then I think the other problem is when a GM session, you know, it doesn't do anything. This has been kind of my problem with like people who just run a session that's just like, what is the point of that session? You know, to get XP and treasure, right? It's like they're just feeding into, right? They're just feeding into this personal development. They're not feeding into how does this update the factions, the NPCs, the organizations, the group, or even the entire world. So again, I think that one of the key things here, and you know, sometimes it's just like, oh, it's a simple fight. There's nothing really happening. And I think that that is just as bad as the GM who's like, but my story, you know, because I think there's a lot of GMs. Actually, I'm going to put in a third problem. This is the third problem state. GMC. GMC runs their sessions. They want their sessions to impact the mega game. But the only thing that feeds into their session is their other sessions. So it's like they want to change the game, but they don't want to be changed by the game. Right? Because, you know, that's annoying, or it takes work, or it takes time, or, you know, there's a variety of reasons why they don't do it. But basically, they're just kind of off doing their own thing and, you know, not really, you know, not really, they don't really care, you know, if something changes in that respect. And I think that that's another problem for sure. For sure. So, right. Yeah, there we go. So another problem of GM trying hard to push their own games into the meta plot of the mega game with not enough justification. And that's kind of like a variant, right, of what I'm describing here in that way. What type of session inputs and outputs do you want? That's a great question. I think it depends a lot on the game and what's happening in the game. But I think what it really comes down to, Sel and Hari, is it comes down to changing and in being influenced by the fictional state of different. This is one of the reasons why I say factions are useful, campaign-wide factions, because it gives every GM knows what the current state of things are. So let's like, you know, let's just be really simplistic and really basic here, right? Let's say we had 3 factions, right? We have the Orc Raiders, and we're being very basic here. The Orc Raiders, the Snake People Cultist, and the Undead Pirates. Okay, those are our sort of global factions. And, there's like a strength indicator. I'm making all this up. And the Orc Raiders are at 4 of 5. And the Snake People Cultists are at 2 of 5. And the Undead Pirates are at 5 of 5. Okay. The input to your session, I think, should be based off of this values. And the output to your session should affect these values. This is a very simplistic model that I'm describing here. But if, as a GM, you decide to run an orc game, then it should be about the orcs. You know, they're gaining strength, and maybe they're about to, they've conquered nearby villages, or they've just taken over a mine, or there was a logging camp that they raided and killed everybody. And, it reflects the fictional, the mechanic is they're at 4 or 5, but fictionally, they are, they're on the offense. So you put together a group and you put together a session idea, and the group people sign up for it. And it's like, hey, they just hit us. We're going to hit them. We're gonna launch a raid on the Temple of Groomsh, and we're gonna kill their high priest. We're gonna kill their high cleric or whatever. We're gonna kill their thing, and we do that, and they're successful. And so the players come back and they go, the GM goes to the game overlords and say, hey, they just killed the high priest of orcs, and the council or whatever. We have a methodology that is hopefully visible, public, concrete, clear cut. And that updates, and the fictional position changes. The mechanic is just a reflection of the fiction. Ooze, I do see. Yes, I am dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So yes, Avelian, I see your chat as well. It's all in the YouTube. It's all in my my teleprompter as well. And that now this introduces, again, a couple of problems because, well, in my opinion, this solves a bunch of issues. But one of the problems is, as a GM, is you might go, but Derek, I don't want to do an adventure about the orcs or the snake people or the undead pirates. I want to do my own thing. Okay, well, that's cool, but how does that affect the mega game? It doesn't. And and we've had this problem in almost every Northern Reaches game we've ever run. Maybe the fact that the undead pirates are at 5 of 5 means that, I don't know. There's a curse, sweeping through the game or something like that. Like, in PF2 terms, maybe everybody starts off doomed 1 in all of their sessions, right? Because the pall of undeath is spreading, like even at noon, there is a darkness, a shadowy dimness. Even noon can't penetrate it, right? Because the undead, whatever. And there's going to be people who go, well, I don't want to deal with, like, that's not something I care about. It's not something I want to deal with. I don't care that a bunch of GMs, over here and over here, were doing stuff with the undead pirates. That's not the kind of game I want to run. So again, I think that having this strong gameplay loop, again, GMA in Derek's very opinionated opinion, is doing it right. They are taking their cues from the mega game and they are pushing back into the mega game. Now, I see somebody said, because this is another thing that people do, and I'm not even saying it's a bad thing, but I'm going to say it kind of, sort of. I think it is kind of a bad thing, which is somebody said, well, what maybe the GM creates a 4th faction. That's just diluting the experience. That's the problem. The problem is that we end up with, 8 or 9 factions, and they become irrelevant because of my aforementioned thing where, one of the ways that we can establish progress is this idea of things being frequently referenced. And as a result, if a GM ends up creating they're like, well, I'm feeding into the mega game. I created my own faction. It's the it's the Veiled Society. It's really important to me. Okay, but maybe it's not important to everybody else. No one else is playing it. And so the only time the Veiled Society gets brought up is in your game. And then that's not a mega game faction. That's just your faction. So that's part of the problem, is that GMs, rightfully so, I mean, in some ways, they want to do their own thing. And I think the game world is better when you are firmly tied into this this play pattern, this play cycle. Dr. Dehart his wife wants him to play games. I don't get much socialization. Excuse me. Anthony is ready for Dragon Tide next season. Let's go. It would be season 1 or campaign 1. I don't know how we're going to call it before, but we are talking about mega games. Yes, these are what a lot of people call Western marches, or yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I think All Mice Die, and that's a great example. I think tone and feel and style is really important, because I think if one GM runs a very, Tolkien-esque gritty adventure, and another GM is like, hey, you guys are going to perform in the circus. And then we're going to do I created a series of optional rules to have a Mario Kart race against the dragon. It is one game. That's the thing. It's one game. Let's see here. There's a lot of chat. I'm sorry if I'm missing it. When I'm writing on the board, I miss more chat. Danobra says, as a GM, I don't understand why a GM would want the extra work of coming up with their own thing when the mega game would already give you direction. You would think that, Dan. You would think that. That's one of the reasons, Tommy, that we do that. But it does happen, Yeah. And Pumpkin says, I've seen it firsthand. And All My Studies says, in my experience, the problem people are less, I want my own thing, but more, I want to change this the way I want to change it, and I don't want it to be changed by something that I don't want. And that is exactly right. All My Studies, exactly. So too bad. So, and Jolson brought up the fourth faction, and that's the problem, is that sometimes people try to sidestep the mega game in a way. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just what it is. Night, Dr. Dehart. Oh, sorry, 1 a.m. But let's just do Dagger. Orc Invaders, Undead Pirates, and Fun Fancy Third Thing. Yeah, exactly. But again, one of the things is we don't have a plot. We don't have a mega plot. We operate it as a sandbox. The factions have fronts. The factions might have goals, which are reflected publicly through their clocks. But I don't have a plot, But does the GM Council provide a hit list of targets, or is there a guideline or way to submit or pitch ideas, like rewards for the Patreon Discord if you implement specific topics? So the whole question of rewarding is a very complicated and contentious one. We have historically given incentives to people to GM, and I actually don't like that. I don't. I know a lot of people say I wouldn't have GM'd if there weren't incentives for me to do so, and I just think it kind of creates a bad incentive, unfortunately. So, it could, Dan, but unfortunately, it also would kind of fundamentally, I think, rob the game of its most important element, which is that it is the player's actions and what they choose to focus on that matter. So that is one of the reasons why we do not do them. Now, that being said, I do think that there's a world where we could provide better guidance for GMs. I think we could provide more tools. We could provide a lot of stuff like that. And that might be a solution. That might be something that we need to do. It's very true. You cannot trust players to know what they want. Because remember, these GMs aren't being paid. They're volunteers. And so if I say, well, you've got to make your game about the Orc Raiders, the Snake People Cultists, or the Undead Pirates, they're going to be like, well, I just won't run a game then. Selden says, once I got my bonus archetype, I lost steam in my desire to even play. Like level 20, I don't actually even want to get there. And I think that's a great point as well. All right. Let's see if we can try to make it through this list before 4 a.m. hits. Remember, we will be streaming later today. We're going to be covering Land of Eam. Is this plotting for Dagger Reaches? Analog Caveman, this is more of just me talking about my experience with running mega games for a group of 20, 40, 50 people, and some of the lessons I've learned and some of the things that I think are important versus other people that have problems with. In theory, yes, some of this information would matter for a future Dagger Reaches, but no, this is not specifically about Dagger Reaches. I kind of agree with you, Shu. I think level 5 to 12 is a sweet spot for like D20 Pathfinder 2. But draw maps and leave blanks. GMs want to fill in the blanks. Exactly. And I'm okay with the G. I mean, I want to empower the GMs to have discretion because that is part of the fun. And also, quite frankly, I don't have the time to literally create a complete and total world. I rely on the GMs to add their touches and add their flourishes. In fact, being a GM is sort of a different way of being a player in these games. In fact, we do get into some contentious issues where our GMs are also our players. I think 99% of our GMs also have a PC. And we've had to create different rules over the years to try to, limit favoritism and all these other situations. But, most of our GMs are also players. I'm not only the president, I'm also a client, right? So, we get very few people who just want to be a GM. All right, number 4. This kind of, is something that I think is important, but I'm not going to belabor it too much. But I think I'm going to use the term factions, but I really just mean like clocks, orgs, groups should have mechanical teeth. Again, I think narrative changes are cool and fine, and they don't offend anybody. That's the best thing. But at the end of the day, it's a game. I believe, I have a certain, gamist conceit about the game, and I think at the end of the day, I think that the effects that you work towards should not just be flavor. I think flavor's good. I think flavor's fine, especially if something wasn't really particularly earned. If it was just something like, oh, we just gave it, like, oh, you did that cool thing and, whatever. If there was no like danger or risk or, it's fine. Yeah, we can do that. That's a cool thing. But if you like work for something and you spend your time and your energy and your effort and there's real risks that your character might die and you're playing a game and you're putting your effort and thing, I think the effect should be mechanical rewarding. Now, the problem is a lot of games fall the fuck apart if you start giving people any amount of rewards. The whole game collapses into nothingness. And worse, you get GMs who are upset because another GM or another group of GMs or another situation may have occurred and a player accomplished something. Maybe the players as a group accomplished something. And now everybody in the game has some additional benefit or additional bonus. And then the GMs go, well, I didn't approve that, and it's ruining my games. And it's very frustrating. I don't know if Pumpkin is still here, but in season 2, one of the factions that a player could join was like this, like, ninja shadowy organization. And they basically gained this ability that, like, once a session, they could kind of like get out of jail free. No, that Terrask Boneflail was season 1. This is season 2. That they basically had this ability to, like, get out of jail free, like, once a session, because it kind of represented. I remember the OP faction that most people joined. I don't know. Let me see if I can. I probably can't find it. But basically, it really annoyed GMs because players suddenly had this ability. And they're like, that's not a PF2 ability. That's some bullshit. And it's like, well, the people who joined that organization and that faction, they worked really hard. And they accomplished that goal, and now they have this mechanical ability. And guess what? It turns out it's actually kind of fun. And it's actually kind of interesting. And it's actually, it is powerful. And they enjoy it because it does something that actually makes a difference. And the GM like, well, I don't like it because it makes a difference. So it's a tough spot to be in because, again, I think that the effects of the things that you do in the game should have an effect in the game. What's up? Jess is caught up. Welcome. Yeah, I mean, bookkeeping is something that actually gets complained about a lot as well, too. People don't like having to track anything. Fair enough, then, Bullet. I appreciate it. And Avelian says, yeah, I think rewards in a shared world should be non-mechanical in a certain sense. And to be clear, we have kind of done that. But guess what? Now they don't have any teeth. It's a pointless product. It's like, I'll give you an example. When I was an analyst and I worked for a progressive insurance company, they used to give your department head could submit you for being basically like the shit. And if you won, you got a bonus. I want to say it was like $1,000 or something like that. You got a bonus. You got invited to go to a lunch with one of the C-suite. Again, this wasn't just my department, right? It's departments all over the country, all over the company, in corporate. You got invited. They would set up lunches with you and other people who won to go to a lunch with one of the C-suite people, like the CEO or the CTO or the CFO or whatever. And they gave you an extra, I want to say they gave you an extra day or an extra half day or something of PTO in your bank. And it was awesome. And I won it a lot, like multiple times, because I was the shit. And people in my department started complaining that, it always goes to the same person. Okay, well, that person's better than you. And so what they ended up doing is they changed the program entirely. And instead, every quarter, 50%, 50%, every quarter, we would have an all hands. I want to say my department was like 150 analysts. Every quarter, once a quarter, we would have an all hands meeting, with our head and whatever. And what they started doing was once a quarter, they would have this like quarterly recognition, and it would be like a slide, on one slide on the big presentation, and it had like 40 people on there because basically, if you submitted somebody, their name got put on the list. And guess what you got? That's right. You got like a $10 gift certificate to like Brugger's Bagel. So they took this awesome reward that meant something that only a few people could get, and it only went, quote unquote, to the most deserving, to a toothless, worthless $10, Brugger Bagel gift certificate. But hey, it basically went to everyone, essentially. I mean, it was almost insulting now if you didn't get it, to a certain extent. So, again, that it's just one of those things where I'm like, is that better? Is that better? I don't know. Now I can punish GMs for volunteering to play in my game. Travis says, I can understand not liking. I think he meant to say not liking the rewards that other GMs gave out. I used to GM pickup games at the favorite local game store that had a shared world. Yeah, the other GM gave me 1 million gold and a +3 sword at level 1. Yeah. So, right, and then again, it shouldn't surprise you at this point, but like Pumpkin is like the example of like the person that I would want to have in my game. I had no grudge against other player powers. I specifically chose a faction that was weaker because I cared about that faction in the world. In fact, Pumpkin, this is a great segue into one of my favorite. This was an eye-opening moment for me, and this happened 4 years ago. I've told the story before on here about Richard Garfield, the creator of Magic the Gathering, and how he wrote about in his first book that he wrote about designing Magic the Gathering, about this moment when he realized that this was going to be a lot harder than he ever imagined. And that was this is like the game was in super duper uber alpha, and he was asking people, and he went to this one playtester, not a super gamer, and said, well, how do you like your deck? She's like, I really like my card. I do think this card's really powerful though. Maybe you should change it. And he's like, which card? He's like, the one that lets me instantly win the game. And he was like, what card could it possibly be? And it was a Time Walk, which is a card that lets you take an extra turn. And the card text said, target player loses the next turn. And he went, oh shit. Yeah, I could see how someone might think that means that person loses the game. Okay, so that was Time Walk. Okay, the story is we had in season 1 of Northern Reaches, we had these mysterious contract devils that showed up. Okay. And in season 1 of Northern Reaches, which remember is PF2, your character had 3 lives. 3 strikes and you're out. If your character, that we did not have Raise Dead, we did not have Resurrection. Okay. If your character died, okay, maybe it was like the magic of the ale of the Tavern of Last Call or something would bring you back 3 times. And if you died a 3rd time, your character was dead and you had to restart over. And we did have characters who suffered permanent death. At one point, and now in season 1, everyone was just standard Pathfinder 2 characters. No free archetype, no nothing like that. No improved powerful ancestry or whatever. No house rules like that. But these mysterious contract devils showed up and they started offering people power. Okay? They started offering people power. And what they gave you is for -2 lives, they would give you free archetype. Okay? And obviously you had to have all 3 of your lives. So if you had already lost a life, you couldn't do this exchange. But if you gave them 2 of your lives, they would give you a free archetype. Now, again, these are devils, and it should be noted that if you took the deal, now players didn't necessarily know this. But when they took the deal, if their character did die that final death, their character became a Forsaken, and they actually became powerful end game bosses of our campaign. But there was also a clock that got created. And I don't exactly remember the name of the clock. But the clock had 13 segments. And every time a player took one of these deals, one of the segments filled in. And no one was really, it was a it was a public clock, but no one was really quite sure what it meant. I mean, it was said something like, it was definitely, people knew it was related to people taking this. And to be clear, near the end, when it was almost full, there were a bunch of people who took the deal with the Devils just because they wanted to see what happened when the clock filled out. And what happened when the clock filled out is the Devils had enough power. They ripped open a portal to hell, and a new zone unlocked in the game called the Desolation. And it was basically hell on Earth, and the Devils were trying to now invade the planet. Anyways, long story short, if you were evil, or at least evil-minded, you could trade you could become more powerful, because now you were a character with free archetype, and no one else in the game had a free archetype. And we had players who, and my good friend Smith was the primary archetype who ran this game, and they basically said, okay, but what do I get for being good? Like, where's my holy aura or my vow of, it's like I have the vow of poverty or the vow of good. Like, where's my sick bonus? Where's my massive bonus to AC? And Smith said, the bonus for being good is that you're good. And they were like, I don't understand. And he's like, the bonus for evil is a quick route to power, and you get to, you get all this power and all this other stuff. And it's like, okay, but what do I get by like being a good person? It's like, oh, you're a good person. That's what you get. And Jam says that's some Lord of the Rings shit right there. You were absolutely right. Right? It's like, dark, or it's a Star Wars thing, right? Good, dark side versus light side. And what we were trying to point out here is that the reward for being good is intrinsic. You don't get a pat on the back for being good, because then why would anyone be evil? In D&D, there's no reason to be evil. You can get to level 20 just as easily by being good as you can by being evil. You get the same spells by being good as you do by being evil. In fact, if you're evil, your god, or especially if you're a cleric, your god is probably a dick and is going to, bind you in eternal hellfire. There's no benefit to being evil in D&D, so there's no reason why you should be evil in D&D. In fact, your good character gets all these cool, powerful abilities, usually from being good. And it was just a really interesting observation that people really thought that, they should get the same thing. And we thought very differently. Like, we thought that the whole point was that this was supposed to be a tough choice, that it was tempting to take that deal and get this really powerful ability in Pathfinder 2, and that it was supposed to be, guess what, a temptation. If we said, yeah, but if you're really good, you also get free archetype, then it's pointless. So I thought it was a really interesting observation. And I thought that was perfect. Yeah, right. Plus, you got to keep your 2 lives. There you go. Fed Up Guy says, "Virtue." This is a quote attributed to Mae West. "Virtue has its own reward, but no sale at the box office." And we were definitely trying to sort of highlight that moment. And Pumpkin says, by the way, Pumpkin is, I'm sorry, Pumpkin, I'm missing your chats. But by the way, Lionhead Gamer is like, oh, I take that, I would take that every single time. And Pumpkin says, the 13 players that took the bargain and the Forsaken were so awesome. And he says, God, season 1 was so sick. But Pumpkin says that, of course, after this season, all characters were required to be good, and he is right. Lone Star, now you will see that evil will always triumph because good is dumb. Well, Duncan, I tend to agree with you, but people maybe was it better for the game, the story, the evolution? Sure, but here's the thing: if the players didn't take that Faustian deal, it's not like we were never going to do this. So it's not like we had it planned the whole time. Oh, of course the Devils are going to invade. No, if the players didn't take the deal, or if only 12 of the 13 players took the deal, then the Devils remained where they were. Okay. So these are other things that I've sort of, I would say this. I think it was more fun for players, but it wasn't necessarily fun for the PCs, Well, the cost of the bargain is that they lost 2 lives in a game where permanent death occurred after you lost 3 lives. So it cost them 2 lives. So they only had 1 life to live. If they died, their character was permanently dead. Although, again, they didn't know this, but their souls were forfeit, and they came back as powerful undead bosses, or not undead, diabolic bosses that were, end game bosses. Okay. Number 5. I'm going to put asynchronous, and basically asynchronous means not while you're playing the session. Okay. And this is something I wouldn't have said it's important, but I think I've realized it is really important. Asynchronous role play has to exist, and it should matter. Now, how it should matter, I don't know. But one of the main feedbacks, one of the things that's become very popular in our Northern Reaches games, even going back to season 1 and season 2, is people basically just chatting in the Discord in character, more or less, and discussing important things. Now, this is the thing that I think is really important, and I unfortunately, there's so much to cover here. The problem is, I always compare role playing to fluffy bullshit time. Okay. I would prefer that people role played and not fluffy bullshit time. What does that mean? Well, in some of our past seasons where I was much more involved, we had a very active group of people who chatted. And they would chat about like breakfast, and they would chat about like bacon, and they would chat about like breakfast and bacon. And they would just, it was pointless. I mean, they were having fun. They were kind of almost just like, like it was like kind of a dumpster fire. I would prefer that they were like in character discussing the things that matter for the game. Should we support this faction? What are we going to do? Are we going to support? Are we going to do something with the pirates? What should we do? What could we do? So now the truth of the matter is I would prefer that, but it doesn't actually matter because it's asynchronous. And so if it is just, full fluffy bullshit time, slice of life, whatever, that's fine. But I don't want that to matter as much. People can still do it because it's fun, but I don't think that should matter or be rewarded. However, if it is relevant, then I think it should be rewarded. And so what Pumpkin is talking about here is it was an exploit, because we created a system that rewarded people for role-playing, and we would monitor that channel with a bot, and as you typed and talked, you would get XP. The game was saying, look, you're participating, and players said, oh, cool, I'm just going to talk about, now to be clear, it's not, we would have kicked you out or banned you if you just went, or whatever like that. We would have kicked you out. But people were legit. And this is even before bots, but before AI existed. So, well, like in the way it does now. But yeah, but people would just talk all day because, they got experience for it. Now, it wasn't even that much experience. But that's why they talked about nothing. It was like Seinfeld, you know? It was like Seinfeld. It was a role-playing channel about nothing. And people just kind of, shooting the shit and talking about bacon. That was a joke, was that it was about bacon. And so while I don't care if people talk about bacon, I don't want to reward that. What I do want to, asynchronous roleplay has to exist and it should matter. FBT can too, but it shouldn't. If people want to do that, more power to them. But that should not be rewarded. It's very pay by the word strategy. And we created a bunch of other systems in season 2 to try to get to fix it, where you had to you accumulated what happened in season 2 is as you chatted or as you role played, it would fill in your RPXP bank. And then you could make withdrawals from your RPXP bank to your actual XP total by taking downtime actions. So it still cost you something in the game. So it's not like it was a literal 1-to-1 where you could just literally chat for 24 hours and gain a bunch of experience. Like you could have a shitload of experience points in your role-playing XP bank, but you were limited by how much you could gain each week or what. I mean, again, we tried to create all sorts of different systems to try to avoid the abuse. But at the end of the day, I do think it's important. It's not something I would have initially told you I thought was important, but I do think it's important. So I think asynchronous role-playing has to exist, and it should matter. Fluffy bullshit time can exist too, but I don't think it should matter. Tactomanta says, we had to do this on Neverwinter Nights too, because our server went epic, and earning XP via any means other than a DM directly giving to you was bonkers past level 30. DMs would award EXP to folks online and role-playing actively on the server. But if you started trying to judge whether people's RP deserved XP or not, that's an incredible murky area to try to enter to. And we've had that conversation. We talked about using AI to try to read all of a person's chats and determine if it was good or not, or if it was made by an AI. We didn't do that, but and rather than just going by the word, right, as it was. The bacon is not a metaphor; it was genuinely about bacon. But Depre says, I don't like doing slice of life role playing, but if people are doing it, they're adding ambiance like NPCs, so I don't mind them doing it. Yeah, I mean in a way, it's just creating this hustle and bustle to the game. And again, some people really like to do it, and I think that's awesome, and they should do that. But I do think providing a way for it to matter offline, I think is really important. So as Shu mentioned, we had an XP bot, but so most DMs would just end up XP ferrying on everyone who was online, no matter what they were engaged in on the server. Sometimes meant you could log on and go AFK sitting on a bench. And if the DM wasn't paying attention, they would just give you XP. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So one of the feedback items that we got from Dragontide did not have a role-playing. I mean, it was a beta. It was season 0. We did not have a role-playing spot that people could do in Discord. And a number of people said, hey, I missed having that. I liked having that in Northern Reaches, or I missed having that in Dragontide. So I think that's important. All right. Next. 6. Offline or asynchronous, whatever. Mechanical interaction spaces. This is my personal belief. I think players need to play even with no GM. Now, my take on this was to create a fully functional sort of worker placement mini game that existed inside of Discord. You might only play one session a week that takes 3 or 4 hours to play, But then you could go onto the Discord throughout the week and use your character to interact with sort of a worker placement Euro game. However, Northern Reaches has a system of venues and quest boards and other options that give you some agency during downtime, right? So it's a structured offline way to play the game. And this could be involving strategic planning. It's a way to engage in short bursts. I don't want it to be something that's like a grind, like a daily quest. It might only take up 15, 20, 30, 40 minutes a week. In fact, at most, I'd want it to take up an hour of your week. And maybe you do it all in one day, or maybe you spread it out over a couple of days when you have a few minutes. But I like the idea of quest boards and contract boards. I like the idea of crafting, offline crafting, or offline markets. We talked about a way to, like, if you're familiar with like the auction house in WoW or Bazaar in EverQuest, where like if a character makes an item, they are kind of required to sell that item. And that means they have to be online. So it's like back in the old East Commonlands Tunnels ways. But like, how can we make it so that your character can do something and now you can sell this item even if you aren't online? Research, experimentation, researching a boss monster or a raid monster or some sort of new area of the game, political elements, faction elements, civical elements. And I think that's a really cool way to really highly increase the availability for the game to play. Because one of the things that I have really determined is one of the surest ways that people can lose interest to the game is they couldn't play that week. And there's a lot of reasons why people couldn't play that week. And when I say play, I mean get into a 3 to 5 hour gaming session. And they might not have been able to play because their schedule was shit. They might not have been able to play because no GMs were running games at a time that worked for them. They may not have been able to play that week because maybe the type of adventures that were being run at a time they could play weren't adventures they were interested in, or whatever. Point is, they didn't get to play, they didn't get to play TTRPG that week. And so that was the only way that they could interact with the game. So by providing people who can't necessarily play that week with a way to still impact and be impacted by the game, I think does a huge amount. Now, because we do have some players who basically said, I will never be able to play in a 3 to 5 hour session. And one of the things I tried to do with Dragontide was to see if I could make that type of gameplay compelling enough. I knew it was never going to be fully compelling, but compelling enough that was a viable way to play the game. But realistically, what I'm really looking at is the people who, hey, I normally play 1 or 2 games a week, but this week I couldn't play any game, but I could still participate. Or I'm at work and I'm like, I could be sitting there in the role-playing game chatting, which is fine, or role-playing channel, but chatting, but I want a way to sort of mechanically interact with the game. And I think that's really cool. Now, this is a side tangent to this, but I thought I'd bring it up. One of my crazier ideas that I still would love to work with is coming up with a way to figure out a way to allow in our mega games GM-less or solo gaming, and not have it be abused to infinity. I mean, again, I'm one of those people where it's like, look, it's like with the same way I'm with with welfare systems. Like, I get it. Some, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people abusing it, but if 90% of people are using it and doing it correctly, I'm okay with that. If I find them and they're making a mistake, I'll kill them. I'll ban them from the game. I'll kill their character. But I love the idea of you've got 3 or 4 players and none of them want to GM, or none of them are GMs, or none of them have anything prepared, but you have 3 or 4 people who are sitting around across the globe, but they're all online. They're all available right now. And none of them are GM, or none of them want to GM, or none of them can GM, or none of them have anything prepared. How do I provide a way for those 3 or 4 people to do something that resembles a game? Or in the case of someone who has a terrible time, terrible schedule, they live in Thailand or something like that, or, whatever, and and their schedule is just completely out of whack with the rest of the game. But maybe there's a way for them to play some kind of solo game, which has become very popular, and have some kind of impact on the broader game. And it doesn't necessarily have to mean like, grinding for levels and experience points, but like what Junderlin's saying here, like an archaeological dig site where you could find out more about, maybe you provide additional information or you provide additional other stuff like that. Like, I think that's really important. Take care, Pumpkin. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on, but I am only on number 6. So, but yeah, I don't know. And obviously these experiences are never going to be as rewarding and rich and fun, that as a properly run GM game is going to be. But as long as we can provide some cool way for players to do this, I think this is important. Because Lionhead Gaming, unfortunately, now I would love to have a big enough mega game where we could have a ton of players who did just that. And you know what? Anthony, GM Setso, who's in the chat, that's exactly what he wanted to be in Dragantide. He said, look, I don't think I'm going to get a chance to really play in that many games this season. And he didn't. He only played in 1 or 2 or games. All he wanted to do was be a crafter and make magical items. And so we have used things like projects and stuff like that as well. The difference, Ivelen, is how do I make that a compelling gameplay? Like, how do I make it more than just you make a chat in the Discord bot and do you pass or fail? Like, I want there to actually be a gaming-like component. And Ooze, it absolutely starts to get video gamey. Because once you remove the GM from being able to make these kind of, human ad hoc decisions that go outside of the boundaries of the game, when you remove that ability, things have to be a little bit more priced in. That being said, there are solo RPGs out there. There are collab GM-less RPGs out there. You can play Ironsworn or Starforged as a solo game, but you can also play it as a collab game where there is no GM. But Jess says, one of the subsystems I want to make for the Fantasy Heartbreaker LARP, nice, I'll finish writing at some point, is a solo journaling game where you design a ritual that you can later bring into LARP. And that's exactly the type of stuff that I'm talking about. And Duncan, DT, so again, people here are not as aware, but we had in Dragantide, which was our Dragonbane mega game, which I was very involved with making, along with Bob, we had a entire system of fishing. And here are all the buildings that you could go to. And here was the fishing dock. Okay. So this is the fishing dock. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger here. And you could go fishing, and you could potentially catch rare catches. We have a list here of who caught the rare catch first. You can see we only had one legendary catch, the Emberfish, which was caught by Forsyth. Each week was a different angler's almanac, which kind of affected the game. And people would come in here and fish. And when you got a rare fish, you'd get like a cool little image of the fish. And there's the Emberfin. And so yeah, it was. It was nothing super compelling, and it was just some AI art and some text. But yeah, it was a little casino-like. It was a little bit like an arcade game. Absolutely. So, but yeah, that definitely works. So, anyways, I think that's really important, to matter. Okay, 7. I think information as a managed and shared resource. when I originally envisioned Northern Reaches with Smith, what we imagined was that each GM, we were trying to go really old school here. We imagined that each GM would create their own dungeon. And not just like a 5-room dungeon, okay? But a big dungeon with lots of rooms and chambers, maybe multiple levels, stairs going down and all this other stuff, right? We wanted GMs to create we wanted every GM to have a cool dungeon. That was the original goal. And what we envisioned was that one group of players would go in and they would learn stuff about that dungeon. They would learn stuff about that environment, stuff that might help the next group that goes in. See, normally you learn stuff about the dungeon, but the next group that goes in is you. It's the exact same players. That's what we call D&D today. But in this case, it might be a completely different dungeon. Or sorry, a completely different party. And you want to tell them about the trap in the second room. You want to tell them about the locked door that you found. Or do you tell them about the locked door that you found? Do you keep that information to yourself and your group? Maybe someone else from your group wants to see what's beyond that door, so they put together a new group. Your group didn't have any rogues. So they say, hey guys, I just got back from Junderlin's dungeon and we found this door and we really think that there's a lot of treasure behind it. We didn't have any rogues. I'm available. Junderlin's available tomorrow. Can we get some rogues? Are there any rogues here with like max open lock or max, thievery? I'd love to try to get through that. I'm using my information. I'm sharing it. Maybe some information I'm not choosing to share. And in this way, there's a very real reason to pay attention to what other people did and what other people learned. One of my favorite dungeons that was ever created for Northern Reaches was created by my boy Bob. And it was called The Tomb of Bob. I mean, because he didn't give it a name, because it's Bob and he doesn't think that way. But Bob had a really cool puzzle, if you will, that you could never do in Zen Bullet. That is absolutely a Western March. Full stop. The difference, Zen Bullet, is a Western Marches is one GM and 20 or 30 players. We have multiple GMs. So but the idea of what you're talking about, of the players sharing information, very cool. So Bob created a dungeon, which you could never create in a normal D&D campaign nowadays, where he basically had a room, a puzzle or something like that. And there were like 4 pressure plates in the corner. And Bob loves dwarves. And the first group that went there found this room, and they found this big puzzle or this big vault door with a bunch of treasure behind it. And they basically figured out that the only way to get this door to open, the way to solve the puzzle, was to have 4 dwarves stand on the 4 pressure plates. Now, they did not have 4 dwarves in their party. They might have had 1 dwarf. And so this is something so cool because they went back to the community and said, we need 4 dwarves. Who's got a dwarf? And, a bunch of people. In fact, I think there was only 3 dwarfs. So somebody else said, hey, I'm going to go roll a new dwarf. And back then, you only had 1 character slot. You could only make 1 character. But if you upgraded to hero, which was our $25 a month level, you got 3 slots. And so somebody upgraded to hero for $25 so they could get a new character slot. And then they made a dwarf just so that they could go to this adventure and open up the tomb. I thought that was so cool. Now, what's the issue? The issue is that most people didn't create dungeons. Most people created adventures. And I'm not saying they were railroaded, because a lot of times the adventures were very, but they weren't location based. They were event based. Okay. And maybe it wasn't a railroad, but the long and the short of it is there was no going back. There was no information to share with the next group to go to that, because it wasn't a location. It was an event. It was a thing that happened, right? Rather than a place that you could go to. And because most GMs ended up creating essentially linked events, once players went through the event and then they completed the adventure, there was no information to share because that was never going to happen again. Because it's not like a MMO, right? Where it's like, oh, you should go run so-and-so's adventure again. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way, right? It's one and done. But a dungeon, an environment might persist through multiple sessions. Now, yes, it's true. As time goes on and players begin conquering more and more and more and more of your dungeon, eventually you will, run out of things to do, and that dungeon will basically have been completed. And now it's the GM's turn to make a new dungeon. But for the time being, while the players are running it, they are sharing information. And so even though you made a dungeon, and then you might have had parties with 5 PCs in them, but by the time it's done, you might have had 24 different PCs in different combinations. Some people may have only gone there once. Another person may have gone there 6 or 7 times. They're a veteran they know your environment. They know your style. They know where you like to put your traps. And they start being like, I get it. So that never happened. It just didn't happen. Maybe it didn't happen because of Pathfinder 2 and its mechanics. Maybe it didn't happen because of the way maybe people don't feel comfortable making dungeons. Maybe it didn't happen because making a dungeon takes time and throwing together 3 fights on a battle mat doesn't take any time. I personally think it's the last one. If I had to guess, my guess is that I'm not even saying that they were lazy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that most people didn't want to put the time and effort and energy into creating a kind of a location like this. They would rather just be like, yeah, some orcs and they're doing some stuff and I'll just figure it out and I'll throw some monsters onto a grid and we'll have a fight. And it's Pathfinder 2, so it'll take an hour and a half. And yeah. But yeah. And it'll eat up the whole session. How does one make a compelling mega dungeon in PF2? It's somewhat challenging. But I actually... Hold on a second. I actually have an answer for this. Jess says, yeah, one time on Neverwinter Nights, I created a new character who was a rogue because my friends wanted to go to a dungeon, but we had no rogue to go into the dungeon and lock the doors online. That's awesome. See, I love that. That's awesome. I'm super stoked by that. All right, Pumpkin's still with us until his earbuds die. I think the issue with the dungeons not getting traction is that most people don't know how to build a dungeon. I definitely didn't when I started out. So there you go. So Pumpkin's thought is that people just didn't know how to do dungeons. I mean, that's a whole separate stream of how to build a compelling dungeon, Junderlin, for sure. Now, again, this particularly mattered for, our game of PF2, but, whatever. I miss my calling as a PF2 consultant, but I agree with Pumpkin. The best games in Northern Regions were the handful of dungeons that people did build, and I think that's when the game was at its peak, for sure. I'm this Toad. That is why I also thought Dragonbane would work well, because you don't have the leveling problem. And in Dragonbane, because you don't have level, you can make something, and it's not like the group is going to out-level it. Not like the community is going to out-level it. And I think that's really cool. So I'm actually 100% in agreement with you. So PF2 has its challenges, but there is something I want to point out. This is going back to the master. Right here. Someone said it earlier. It might have been Pumpkin. Who said, and I quote from, and he spoke from chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They don't really have chapters. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Chapter 11, verse 2. And Gagak spoke and said, you cannot have a meaningful campaign if strict time records are not kept. Thank you, Gary. What the fuck does that mean? Well, let me tell you something real quick. Check this out. Gary Gygax, not Ben Robbins, not Kelsey Dion, okay, with the Western Marches and the Western Reaches. All Western Marches was Ben Robbins, okay, our Saluti of his boy, trying to run a AD&D first edition campaign the way that Gary Gygax described it and use third edition D&D to do it. All right, I'm going to blow your minds here really quick. Here's the deal. It means make a calendar for your game world, but it means a little bit more than that, because remember, when Gary Gygax was designing this book, we're getting off an all topic here, but he was when Gary Gygax wrote that, he was expecting that you had one GM and you had somewhere between like 15 to 25 players. Okay. All right. Here's the deal. The way that Gary Gygax wrote this, and we tried to do this in season 1, and it ran into a problem, but it fundamentally worked. But the thing is, you have your game time, and then you have real time. And one of the most important things here is that when one day passes in real time, one day passes in game time. I can't even write. Now, this is something that may not make any sense to people who are used to playing D&D the way that we all play D&D now. And in fact, when a lot of people read this in original D&D, they don't even understand the implication of it because they're not even thinking about this. Okay, ready? Watch this. The campaign starts. It's January 1st. I start a new campaign in 2 days, right? I start on January 1st, 2025, okay? And in real time. And it's January 1st in the game. We have a gaming session. You all come over to my house on New Year's Day, and we have a gaming session in the game. And during the course of that gaming session, okay, you guys do what a lot of people do, right? You do the 15-minute adventuring day, right? You go to the dungeon, you leave, you heal up, you come back, you take your sweet time, you take a bunch of long rests, you take a bunch of other stuff. And by the end of the session, okay, but keep in mind, you're doing this all, in let's say 3 to 5 hours on January 1st at my house. But in the game world, okay, 7 days have passed, right? You went to the dungeon, you left, you slept, you went back, you healed up, you went back to town, you got more gear, you come back. So it's 7 days, right? And we know this all the time, and people talk about this all the time. They call it the 15-minute adventuring day, because you went into the dungeon, you fought 1 or 2 things, you left, you healed up, you came back, whatever, it didn't matter. And in your game, at home, when you have you and your 4 players, the next time that you guys get together to play, you just pick up right here. But guess what? The session ends. And your PCs, the PCs that were in that session, for them, it is now January 8th. But guess what? In real time, tomorrow, it's January 2nd. You can't play your PC in my game. Your PC is in the future. Sorry. You're going to have to wait for real time to catch up with the game time before you can play your PC again. I'll see you next week. Take care, Pumpkin. So the punishment for taking your dear sweet time and taking a bunch of 15-minute adventuring days and doing all this other stuff and resting and healing all the time, you don't get to play your character until the next time. You don't get to play your character until next week. And so in Gary's game, this is what actually happened. Your character was in the future sometime. And you didn't get to play that PC until real time caught back up with them. So what this means is that instead, okay, so this was party A. Party B They got their shit together. They also ran a game on January 1st. But you know what they did? They went into the dungeon and they stretched their resources as far as they could go. Right? Their spellcasters were out of slots. They used every resource at their command. And they basically went into the dungeon, kicked ass, went as deep as they could, got as much done as they could before they had to leave at the end of the session. They went back to town, and the whole thing only took 2 days, which means their PCs can be played on the 3rd. So the reward for, playing smart and managing your resources, especially back in the earlier versions of D&D, where we didn't have things like treat wounds and stuff like that. But imagine you're playing like 5th edition, where you have this kind of daily limited resource, or 4th edition or something, where you have healing surges. This is preferable, right? The player group that can keep on keeping on is going to do way better than the group that, is resting all the time. Now, Seabeard also brings up an interesting point. If you've ever read or heard any of the stories from back then, you will know most of the players in Gary's campaign had multiple PCs. This is why. Now, our modern sensibility hates this, because the modern sensibility is this idea of like, I am my character, and my character is me, and I'm trying to tell their story. But that's not the way that they viewed the game. And they viewed their, it's like playing WoW. Believe it or not, people say 4th edition D&D was trying to be WoW. I argue this was more like it. You had multiple characters on your account. Maybe you logged your one character out and they're in a spot where they have to be for your next raid. So you really can't play them. So you bring on your alt. People had alternate characters. Not only did they have alternate characters, their alternate characters were frequently retainers or henchmen of their primary character. So you built yourself this little feudal system of like feeder characters that you would play throughout the course of the week. Because, of course, if a player is available, you want them to be able to play. Hey, Gary, I'm going to come over on Friday and play. And Gary's like, well, your character is, according to my calendar, which I keep very strict records for, your character isn't available to play until next Thursday. And he's like, it's cool. I'll roll a new character. And so you ended up having multiple characters. And this is how Gary Gygax, ran games. Well, it doesn't really go into the specifics of it, Generalin. But so they talk about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, then 2 new players, 6, and then 7. Yeah, so I'll even read you here the description here. For the sake of example, let's assume that you begin your campaign on day 1 of the year 1000. There are 4 player characters who begin initially, and they have adventures which last a total of 50 days, 50 days, 6 days of adventuring, 44 days of resting. At this point, 2 new players join the game. One of the original group decides to go and seek the advice of an oracle after hiring an elven henchman, and the remaining 3 old boys decide that they will not go with the newcomers. So on day 51, players A character sets off on a journey. B, C, and D are resting on their laurels, and E and F enter the dungeon. Blah, 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 blah. Long story short, if you had a character and you were like, hey, my character is going to go craft something. And, he might say, sure, that's going to take 70 days. Now, in your home game, everyone might look around and go, okay, so we'll just, fast forward 2 months. Cool. But in Gary's game, your character is now time locked until March 10th. So crafting, cool. But your character, time locked. Out of the game. We'll catch up with you later. There are stories, Elderwire, of Gary Gygax running as many as like 10 sessions a week. So it really was like a full-time job. Jam says Derek will not write any books or games for us to give him more money, but he will sit here and give what could be a whole system agnostic add-on book on stream. I mean, I'm not even doing it. I'm just reading what's in the original Game Master Guide. One-to-one timekeeping always makes my head spin, even if I understand it. Oh, did we crash? No, I don't think I dropped any frames. But okay, so that was actually a side tangent. Anyways, gets back to information, right, as a managed resource. 8. This is a problem. I acknowledge this. Low friction entry with high ceiling of mastery. The system should allow immediate contribution by new players. There should be very clear default actions that you could take, and there should be optional depth for people who want to get super invested. It shouldn't be required, and it shouldn't be overwhelming. So you should design it in a way that you can just show up and play. You can plan your downtime. You can optimize for your faction play or whatever you want to do, and you can then start to shape the metagame. But the new player shouldn't feel lost. And guess what? A lot of times we create our games, it becomes very complex, and it's very difficult for people to enter the game, and they can feel lost. Or they feel like they are being forced to jump through all these hurdles in all these ways. But the net is, new players shouldn't feel lost, but vets shouldn't feel capped, and I think that is something that I think we should do better on. And I think is that not a goal for everything? It is, I suppose, but it's just one of my things here that I, kind of focused on. Number 9 is explicit stakes, threats, and clocks. One of the rules of Blades in the Dark, which actually solves a lot of people's problems. Better onboarding, documentation. We got a lot of complaints about that in Dragontide. Better onboarding. One of the things that comes up a lot in Blades in the Dark is people say, it's tough for me to run. And they say, why? And they say, because I'm really bad at coming up with threats and, or coming up with consequences. And for those of you who don't know, when you play Blades in the Dark, if you get a 6, you do it. Just if you get a 4 to 5, you do it. But there's a consequence. And if you get a 1 to 3, you don't do it. And there's a consequence. And a lot of people go, I have a hard time, on the spot when a player rolls a 1, 2, or 3 of coming up with a consequence on the spot. And they've already failed. Because you are supposed to set the stakes and the consequence before the player even rolls. And if you can't come up with a consequence, then they shouldn't be rolling. You're like, I know that they need to roll here. I just can't think of a consequence. Well, then no, if you can't think of a consequence, then clearly they don't need to roll. The only reason they're rolling is because there is a risk of a consequence. And I know that sounds like a kind of like a truism, because you still do have to come up with a consequence. But the point is that if you can't come up with one, it's because it shouldn't have mattered. And so the point is that when you go to make an action roll in Blades in the Dark, you very explicitly know what's at risk. You know what the threat is. You know what's at stake. What happens if I succeed? What happens if I fail? What happens if I succeed? What happens if I fail? What do I stand to gain? What do I stand to lose? And I think that's really, really, really important. Now, Dr. Metropolis, you are 100% right. It doesn't always have to be immediate. It could be, hey, you know what? If you fail, I'm going to tick this clock. I'm going to think off screen, and we're going to tick this clock. It's totally fine. And so, same thing with our game. I think that we should be very explicit. What's at risk? What do you have to stand to gain? We sometimes have a habit. I have a habit of being like coy and mysterious, and we're not exactly clear with it. And again, it gets back to some of those concrete. How do we impact these decisions? What is at risk? What are the threats of these clocks? What are the stakes of clocks? And I tried to do better with that in Dragontide. Now, in Dragontide, every month of the game, again, the game only ran for 3 months, but every month there would be a series of challenge events that the group had to work together, okay, in order to, overcome and challenge, okay. So one of the challenges, okay, was called the Withering, okay, and let me see if I can see here. So this is called the Withering. This was a challenge event for the entire group. For the entire community, okay? And it says, as the chill winds of autumn sweep through Stormhaven, a sickness follows. It begins with a coughing in the docks, then fever in the alleys. Some say it came on the tide, brought back from explorers who dug too deep. The healers call it a plague. The old sailors say what everyone else is afraid to. It's a curse. And in order to complete this clock, you have to achieve 40 progress units before the end of November 2nd, 2025. So basically you had a little under a month to complete this, okay? And so the group, the community, had to work together in order to essentially cure this magical curse plague thing, okay? What happens if they didn't do it? Well, I was very explicit about this. And you want to talk about explicit stakes. This is something you could never get away with in Northern Reaches these days. All right. Failure. 0 to 19 progress. So that means you made less than half of the progress. You require 40 progress to complete it. What happens if you get less than half? What if the community gets less than half? Well, in that case, it consumes Stormhaven, blah, 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 blah. The current campaign ends early. There is no final winter season, and we skip weeks 10, 11, and 12 of the campaign. So if the group failed to even get half, the campaign's over. Sorry. We're not finishing it. That was it. Now, this might be a little heavy-handed. I agree. But I was taking this game as sort of I felt a little bit more free to be a little bit more me. And to say, look, again, I'm not talking about fair pricing for housing or healthcare or, whatever. I'm talking about a game. And I think having this, sort of Damocles hanging above your head, I think this is cooler than some slap on the wrist that no one cares about. Get your shit together or the game ends. So, you talk about threats, you talk about that type of stuff. So this was my mentality for this. And again, I was very explicit about what you had, what you stood to lose. Now, what happens if you had a partial success? So one of the things that I did change, I will admit this, in this with Dragontide, is it wasn't all or none. I accepted the fact that there was going to be different levels of success, right? So you had full failure. Partial success meant you got at least half, but you didn't get the full amount. In which case, for the remaining part of the game, the hospital town action was no longer available. And you also got a new event that would be introduced. So in other words, the final season of the game would have an additional one of these challenge events, but no hospital. So you basically, it's really hard to heal. You couldn't heal. Now, what happens if you succeed? Well, if you succeed, now the reason why these are called challenge events is because there's really not, again, it's like the what do I get for being good? Well, you just get to be good. You're a good person. What do you get for curing the plague? Nothing. You just don't all died. So the benefit is you don't get any penalties. Now, in this case, it did also unlock a new town of action called the Isle of Mourning. But there was a potential for a bonus reward. And the bonus reward is if 20 or more of the progress came from healer's efforts or purification rite, then each PC gained a new resource called Touched by the Tide. Once per town check, you may spend 1 unit of Touched by the Tide to negate a bane. So, again, very clear stakes. What's at risk? How do we work with this? And what does it matter? And I thought that worked really well, even if some people thought I was being a little heavy-handed. But I'd rather be heavy-handed and direct. But I'm like this when you play, if you play a PBTA or, type game with me as well. I'm going to be very, very direct. All right. We talked about this already, and I just want to reiterate it. But recognition, legacy, and canon, right? The game should, that's great. Did people complain? Yes, people complained. Not everybody, but a non-0% of the game did complain. Some people felt like a tax, Some people feel like, when they play the game, they want, if this is their PC's effort, they want all of that effort to go, if this is our 0 position, they want it to go towards benefiting their characters. That what they do not want is this idea of, I'm starting you off, back here, and you have to work to just get back to 0 or get back to slightly positive. They want there to be a 1-to-1 relationship between, playing and being rewarded. So yes, some people did complain. But yeah, recognition, legacy, and canonization. So named characters, deeds, achievements, milestones. Even if it's just, performative, statues, organizations, holidays, historical records, timelines. If you're playing a game with 50 or 60 people, and in the next season, the town square is named after your character, I think that's fucking rad. If your name gets put on the map because you saved the town, that's cool. And I think coming up with like titles, Shu is in chat or was in chat and mentioned how he got the title of Mr. President because he was like the president of Northport. That's cool. I think that's awesome. And even on the Discord, we would give you custom titles and cool roles. Your name would be a different color. You'd have a cool crown or something like that because you were one of the elite who fought Triune or whatever. I think that's cool. It's important that players should be remembered. So, named characters, great deeds, achievements, milestones, all these things I think are so important to the game. I think mega games, and I think this is true of all RPGs, but not just mega games. I think they are as much sustained by memory and nostalgia and legacy as they are by the actual current sessions that are being played. I oftentimes think that D&D sessions in the moment are actually just kind of okay. What really is cool is when you've had 10 or 12 of them, and you look back over the last several months of play and you see what you've built, right? You don't really see what you've built until you turn around and look at where you were and where you are. But the actual day-to-day, playing the session can sometimes be a little bit underwhelming. And then lastly, a clear central fantasy. That doesn't necessarily mean fantasy game world, but that everything else serves. What experience are we delivering? What experience are we delivering? I think every system, from combat to sessions to factions to role play to downtime, should reinforce this core fantasy. Anything that doesn't serve that, we should remove. And, sometimes I created a crafting system for Dragontide, and a lot of people felt like Dragontide was about exploring these cool, crazy islands on your cool boat. And they felt like the crafting system was very much at cross purposes with that. And they decidedly said, we don't like it. And I realized it's because that crafting system was trying to serve a different master. And I think it's important that, as cool as it is to appeal to everyone and to cast as wide of a net as you possibly can, I think sometimes you have to accept that, on your bell curve, you are going to lose the people at the extremes. And I have to be better at that. I have been trying to design my games that it's like everyone can play. And I just don't think that's realistic. elements. So anything that should, messy systems should dilute, can dilute impact and should be removed. And, and again, that clear central fantasy also includes things like, and I'm biased, and most of the surveys are in. So I'm not gonna. I'm not biased. I like Starfinder. In many ways, I think Starfinder is cooler than Pathfinder. I think the class design is neater. I think the mechanics of Pathfinder even work better in Pathfinder or in Starfinder. This year, because of some random things that happened last year, whatever. Long story short, Starfinder classes got added to Northern Reaches. I think that was a massive mistake. I think that dilutes the fantasy. I think that in service of, it's a Pathfinder disease, right? I talked about how I have gear acquisition syndrome. Pathfinder players are like, I want to have access to every single class. I want to have access to every single archetype. I want to have access to every single item. I want to have access to all this stuff. And I think in many cases that doesn't serve the fantasy. And by the way, this gets back to like when we originally launched, people, especially people who are new to Northern Reaches, will be like, wait a second, you don't allow every single ancestry? You don't allow every single ancestry? No, because we don't think certain ancestries serve our central fantasy. I don't care that it's part of Pathfinder. In our world, those creatures are, not allied with the town. And that means that they can't be played. You might say, well, that's crazy, Derek. In season 1, couldn't people be like skeletons? Yes, because the players unlocked that ancestry because they made a deal and they joined with this rebel group of undead. It was very World of Warcrafty, and kind of got them in with them and whatever. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's serving the fantasy. But I just don't like the idea of just like, oh, this should be here just because it would be an interesting mechanic. So, Shu says, God, I fucking hated Starfinder content in the game I run. So, that's... Pumpkin says also the amount of people complaining about free archetype, which is most definitely an optional rule, not being available from the start to everyone was crazy as well. Yeah, and Pumpkin says if it's one thing that people hate in mega games, it's being taxed or feeling like they're being taxed. I mean, guys, we've had like failure events in various campaigns in like Starfinder or Pathfinder where it'd be like, hey, next week every item in town costs 10% more, and people be like, you're ruining the game, and I'm like, guys, really, honestly, it's totally fine. So yeah, now because of this, and by the way, Pumpkin says, I'm behind, but on the subject of alternative characters, I had 3 characters in Northern Reaches Season 1 because of Lockout. And I didn't really get into this, but in Northern Reaches Season 1, we had a system where if you went on an adventure, your character was locked out for either 2, 4, or 6 real-life days. And it depended on how complex and involved the adventure was. And we did that to kind of as a tip of the hat to that very old Gygaxian style of play. And quite frankly, there are a lot of people, including Bob, who everyone's like, oh, Bob loves, Bob's just there for, Bob's there for a good time and fun time. Bob loves Lockout. And I'll be honest with you, so do I. So yeah, a clear central fantasy. So I thought I had 12. I guess I have 11. Because I mean, some of the things because I just had notes, so I kind of combined it and everything else. But yeah, so I think the most important aspects, if I had to, the key takeaway here is you want visible world change, meaningful choices, which include consequences, a session to world to session feedback, as I believe, factions or game unifying elements with teeth, and lastly, some sort of time pressure. You shouldn't be able to do it all. Not everything should be doable. And I think that, you know, some of our games have done some of these things better than others. You know, one of the things that we've done is we'll sometimes we'll throw the baby out with the bathwater. We'll change one thing, we'll change another one. You know, it's tough. Northern Orbits is pretty good. Sci-fi is worse than traditional fantasy. Oh, that's tough. I didn't know we were doing 12, but now I feel robbed of a hypothetical information. Yeah, sorry about that. Did anyone suggest that instead of factions, do buildings as upgrades mega game? Yeah, so that's kind of what we did with Dragontide, Zen Bullet. We gave the players the ability to create new buildings in town, which would give them new downtime actions to do with. Those are fine. The problem is, how does that inform the GM session? That's the problem. Town building is great when the GMs are kind of off doing their own things, right? And the GMs are kind of just running their own mini campaigns. And then there's some sort of central town. And the players go out, right? The players go out as PCs into the GM's game, and they return to the town with resources or downtime actions, and they use that to build up the town a little bit. That's a cool model, and I think that works in a way that allows the GMs to basically run their little autonomous crystal spheres of their own universes and still let the players see, like, oh, we're contributing towards the town. But what I think that fails for me to do is, how do I want the GMs and their games to have that pipeline and that connection, you know? So, the feedback was good. I mean, the only problem is that some people said it felt like it was a tax, right? And what I tried to do was I tried to let the GMs kind of do their own thing on their own island. And I think it had some advantages and it had some disadvantages. I mean, that's my, Dragontide was me trying to appease everybody, or at least create a very easy environment for people to create. Dragontide sort of lended itself naturally to GMs kind of doing their own thing, because we gave each GM their own island. You know, it's kind of like you're literally your own personal island, and it was kind of like, go do whatever you want to do. So the system so this is an example of top or bottom up design. Well, that Vin always says that Derek does. I wanted to create a world where GMs could do their own thing, because that's what GMs seem to want to do anyways. So instead, knowing that, I then created a world that supported that structural fantasy, rather than being like, what's a cool idea, and then figuring out mechanics later. I started with the premise, how do I create a world where it feels natural that the GMs would kind of do their own thing, have their own little microcosm, and then people would go and do stuff there and then come back to town? How do I create that without the pipelines, without like the heavy-handed pipelines? And I said, every GM gets their own island, literally your own island. And that way, what happens on a GM's, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Well, what happens on the GM's island kind of, sort of stays on a GM's island, right? Right. But that's an example of an error in Bob wrote there was a translation issue, and Bob wrote the location incorrectly, and I didn't even realize it. And so it was way overvalued. And so everyone took that action until they were blue in the face. So that was also a problem, is that there was a bug. there was a bug, and we fixed it. But by then, the damage was too late. It's just a beta season, so we weren't going to like re-roll. We were going to go back on everything. So, what's up, Death Angel Shadow? Good morning. All right. Well, you know what? We had some. So we did get our super chat goal, which I'm really appreciative of, by the way. Thank you so much for these crazy late midnight girls. But so we don't have. I'm going to call this Mega game musings. So rather than I wrote a thing here which was let's make up some areas, regions, and areas. So I didn't really get into this, but I've talked about this before. But one of the problems I think that I have with mega games is sometimes people are more interested in, you know, kind of doing their own thing because they really like that game. In other words, they want to run Pathfinder 2, they want to run Dragonbane, and the mega game gives them a cool excuse to do that. So what I'm going to do is, there we go. We'll go dark mode. I've joked about creating a mega game based off of the game Wilderfeast, and it's kind of a serious troll. And I say serious troll because I do think the game is mechanically very interesting for purposes of this, but it's also a completely ludicrous concept, right? Where you literally you track monsters, you hunt them, you kill them, you cook them, and you eat them. And that's actually what gives you powers. But one of the things that's key to Wilderfeast is this idea of the location that you're in. And the game uses kind of a point crawl system of a different region. And there's kind of an implied world, and they give you actually one of these regions in the book. But one thing that I think would be cool if we ever did do our mega game is we could start off by designing our own. And in Wildsea, they call the different areas reaches, which I think is really cool. So I like the idea of creating some kind of, you know, zone or whatever reach for our game that would have probably 5 regions and somewhere between 15 to 20 areas. And this would be the communal play space for the entire mega game. I should say, you know, cross multiply there. And just to sort of provide a context, let me open up Sumatra. Oh. So this is an example of one of the regions that they give in the book. This is a shore region. In this case, it's called Soai, the foaming shore. And it basically has, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different areas, right? And it's kind of a flow chart. Now, this is a region that is in, you know, that's in the play area that they give you in the book. So basically, I want to kind of create my own because I think that'd be kind of cool. And to have it, and again, it's a realistic post-apocalyptic kind of world type game. And so this is an example of one of the regions. This is Soai, the foaming shore. And then, you know, as another example here, you know, they have another one. It's Tawan, the gnarled wood. So this is another example of another area. Again, it's kind of like a bubble chart, flow chart type area. You know, you can see this one only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's about 10 regions. So the idea, though, is that in this game, in this mega game, one of the things I think I wanted to try is we have always made locations very abstract in our mega games. We have never done, again, I always try to do something experimentally different, but we have never done what I would call, you know, a hex crawl in any of these games. And basically, you know, we'll have like vague areas or zones, but it's all very hand wavy, and the players just kind of instantly teleport there, and it's not a big deal. So what I want to kind of try to do with this game, because the primary gameplay loop is track a monster, hunt the monster, kill the monster, cook the monster, eat the monster, is a big part of the game is just, going through going through these different areas and trying to hunt down, if you will, a monster. And part of the core idea, which I really want to explore, is the idea that you might sit down, you might play in a gameplay session, and you don't find or you don't locate the monster. Maybe you track it, but you're not able to find it. Or maybe you get clues about where it might be, but you're not able to actually locate it. But maybe you're able to take those clues and pass them on to the next group. And I think, again, that gets to a lot of the principles that I was just talking about, right? About information being a valuable resource, which is shared and all this other stuff. And so what I thought we could do is figure out, exactly. Exactly. Very good, Jazz. And what I kind of want to do, okay, so I'm getting way ahead of myself here, but what I want to do, let me see if can I undo? Can I bring that back? Okay. So what I want to do is, so this is the Foaming Shore. This is from the book, and I want to create my own thing. Now, I want my thing to be a little bit more complicated because this is designed for a party of 4 people, right? I want to make a game that potentially, now, we're not going to get 50 people because this is some PF2, but if we get like 20 or 25 people to play in this game, I think it'd be fun. What I want instead, you ready for it? You ready for it? So, Jess mentioned, I see how this ties into what you wanted to do with Dungeons the first season. What I want to do in this game is the GMs will all share this same map. What the GM makes and controls is their monster. Okay? So instead of a dungeon and instead of an adventure, the thing that a GM is responsible for is their monster. And a GM will craft a monster, and their monster will exist in the game world. That's a terrible example of a monster. There's my monster with his scaly legs, and I don't know, he's a spiky worm thing. I don't know. And your monster is here on the map. And so when the players go to hunt your monster, you know what area it's in. And then during the course of hunting the monster, your monster may be on the move. And during the course of that play, your monster might, I can't click it. There we go. Your monster might move to the Crumble Downs. Or, maybe your monster moves, maybe your monster is a sea monster and the players, figure that out or something like that. Can I lock this so it doesn't keep moving? Yes, I can. Oh, that got locked. No. All right, whatever. So maybe it moves to the ocean top, and then it moves to Cradle Island, right? And then it moves into Esso Bay. And maybe the adventure, the session, ends because, the session's only 3 hours long or whatever. And the players go back to Station Town or whatever, to the Discord, and they say, and they go, "Oh, were you able to kill the spiky worm thing?" And you go, the group goes, "No, we found signs of it in Ocean Stop, and we tracked it as far as Cradle Island, but we think it went into Aso Bay or Aso Bay." And so the next group goes, "Cool, the monster's in Aso Bay." And maybe there's some sort of weekly downtime thing where, every week the GM kind of gets to make a monster move, and your monster can move or whatever, and you can do things with your monster. And so the next group goes, "Cool, we're going to start our session in Aso Bay, and we're going to go after him there." And they can take advantage or benefit from the adventure and the information that the previous group played for it, and then they're able to go hunt it down. It also means that this is something that you couldn't do in a regular game, but you could do in a mega game, is you might have some players who are more specialized at one of these things than another. Now, in a normal RPG, right, you'd have to have somebody, everyone / somebody in the group would have to be good at tracking, and someone would have to be good at hunting and killing and cooking. But in a mega game, you might have an entire party of just super dedicated trackers. They're not particularly good at killing the monsters, but what they are good at doing is finding them and finding their lairs and locating them and learning their weaknesses and learning their, observing them and, putting their ear to the ground and being like, oh, I can hear him. He's 2 hexes away or whatever. So that, I think, is a really cool idea, and that I would like to kind of explore a bit more. So that's kind of what we wanted to do here. Now it is 3 a.m., so I'm not going to put us in any sort of requirement here. But my reason I had my super chat goal was like, hey, we're here with chat. Maybe we can create, some kind of, zone or region or something like that. Just from people can just shout out random ideas, and maybe we can eventually add them to the game. Because the idea would be that the map would essentially be kind of complete before the game even started, and we would kind of have these areas and regions sort of mapped out, which I thought would be kind of cool. So yeah, I don't know if anybody. I'm open to anybody's random ideas. There's some crazy idea. I will say that I was just jotting down some ideas, and I was actually rolling in the World Builder's Guidebook from the fuck makes it Mythmere Games, and I came up with something called, like, again, as the whole mega area. I like the idea of the Ashfall Expanse. And I kind of like the rough idea of there's a mountain range that is maybe partially volcanic, and they're semi-active, and so the region is called Ashfall because there's a rain of ashes that kind of fall down. It's so Monster Hunter coded, it's crazy. I love it. Yes, the primary inspiration for this game from the author of the game was Monster Hunter, the whole series from Capcom, and the anime Delicious in Dungeon Meshi. Those are the two. Those are the two. That's it. Those are the only 2 media that this person wanted to do. So do we have a theme? I don't know. I mean, that was my idea. I was just randomly generating names from the tome of world building from Mythmere Games earlier, and I came up with like the Ashfall Expanse, and I thought that was kind of cool, and it just gave me an idea for like a volcanic region, And again, that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be like, because you meant this is like the mega zone. So let me see if I can put another. I'll show you another area here. So this whole thing here okay. This whole thing here in the book, this is called the Sen Coast, right? This is like the mega region. It's called the Sen Coast. And the Sen Coast is comprised of 4 regions. There's a shore region, which is SOI, the foaming shore. There's a wood region, which is Towansea, the gnarled wood. There's a mountain region, and then there's a desert region. All right? So there's 4 regions, right? One is a desert, one is a mountain, one is a wood, one is a shore. And they're kind of arranged in a linear fashion. I'm saying that I want to create something, and this is called, again, the whole thing is called the Sen Coast. So what I'm suggesting is that we create an entire region called the Ashfall Expanse. And there might be regions within that. So you might have a mountain area, you might have like Cindervale is a fucking great name. Like right off the rip, like we could totally use Cindervale. Like that's a great name. And I love the idea of a dead wood, boiled lakes, right? And you start to get now. Part of the thing here is like you want to think different types of monsters, right? You want to think different ecologies. Like I don't want everything to just be mountains. So like like a hot springs region. That's kind of cool. And also, I'm not gonna lie, the game is it's a little bit cozy cottage. The game is, as I can tell, the author it's like 50% Monster Hunter X Dungeon Meshy. It's like 25% like very cottage core, like cooking with love and sharing, whatever. And then it's like 25% anti-capitalist. The powers that be are destroying the world. / nature conservation. So the game is like 50% Monster Hunter, Delicious and Dungeon, 25% cozy cottage core. So anyways, Hot Spring region just comes up to me, from like a perspective of like it's more like 70 to 80% Monster Hunter, I would say. That's fair. Well, so one of the core concepts, Dan, in this game is this idea of harmony. Each region in the game has what's called a harmony score. And basically it's about the there's a nature conservation thing. So there's an idea between, the sort of the civilized forces, right, which want to exploit nature, and that ruins harmony. And then there's the idea that there's nature. But the game does take a nuanced approach, which is that they understand that if they let nature go completely wild, right, that will kill people. That will lead to the destruction of villages. That will lead to the elements of all that other stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm not getting into the full details of it, but literally there's a central city where the people literally become, instead of becoming billionaires, they become literal giants. And then instead of like feeding off of people's labor, they actually eat people. So like it just it like takes it to a super metaphor. So yes, I would say maybe it's not anti-capitalist. It's anti-megacorp, anti-super billionaire, anti-crony capitalism, right? Where you have a handful of hyper elites who are consuming at an unbridled rate. And they are heedless of the lives and destruction that they are causing, both not only to nature, but to the very communities and people who supply them with, their means. So, take it to whatever end you want to put. I didn't write the book. The person wrote the book, but yes. But yeah. So exactly, Dr. Metropolis. So there's this idea here between you have nature and you have humanity, and in the middle are the PCs. And they talk about the importance of the PCs as an ecological edit. It doesn't mean your characters are not hippie druids, right? Again, I mean, I know a lot of people who work for Metro Parks and game wardens, and sometimes, come winter, they have to go out and kill hundreds of white-tailed deer because of ecological pressures. And if they don't, cull the herd, it's going to cause problems for the animals, problems for people who they have to coexist with. It's not, you're going to have thousands of deer starving to death, or whatever, what have you. So, ecological conservationism isn't always this super, hippy dippy, animals over people. It's not that. The PCs represent this sort of middle ground, and they have to exist between an uncaring, nature and a potentially exploitative humanity. And the PCs are actually in the middle. And a big part of, I think, the fun of the game would be putting players. Remember how we talked about the situation with like, do the PCs sell their lives to gain extra power. Like maybe there's some huge monster. And the PCs know that if they kill this monster, again, remember in this game, I don't want to be too on the nose here, but in this game, the way you level up, there's no level. The way you gain power in this game is by eating monsters. When you eat a monster, part of its power and part of its special abilities become your special abilities. So maybe there's some really awesome monster and has got a really great set of abilities. And the players as a community are like, we should kill this monster because it would really be good for all of our PCs. But the ecological consequence of that could be very devastating. Maybe that monster fills an important ecological niche that will cause other problems. And you might have some people say, no, we should leave that monster alone. It's like, okay, well, that monster, it's not evil, but that monster is about to go on its migration route and it's about to smash through 2 or 3 towns on its way to its migratory route. What should we do about those people? Should we just move them out of the way? It's like, well, yeah, we could. Well, I don't know if we can. It could do everything. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of nuance to the game, which I think is really interesting. And again, I want to encourage debate and conversation amongst my player group, my base, my 50 plus players or whatever, maybe 30 plus players. I don't want it to get personal because it's your PC, but I want it to become, whatever. Charles says this is more and more just becoming Monster Hunter with a cozy vibe to it. Oh, yes. I mean, the author is very unapologetic about that, for sure. So anyways, I do love the idea of, so Charles says, do we want a tundra reason? We could. I mean, we have a volcanic vibe. I don't know that like tundra maybe is the first thing that leaps out to me, but yeah. Earthquakes could absolutely be a thing that I think would be potentially a huge deal as well. That being said, many volcanic mountains, Mount St. Helens was covered in snow. So, I mean, it's definitely a thing here. So I like the idea of earthquakes. It's kind of a recurring element. But I do love Cindervale. I do love the idea of a hot springs region. I probably would love the core loop and aesthetics of Monster Hunter, Derek. I've been thinking about playing it just because I've been thinking about this game a lot. Right, volcanic ash is also super fertile. So I do love just to kind of provide textural context, right? So it's like we have Cindervale. So maybe we have the Ember Wash, and maybe it's like a lowlands region, right? And it's a series of there's a river, the Ember Wash, and it's called that because it's full of ash, and it's almost like a Nile River, it brings and the floods create this really rich, fertile lowlands delta, maybe downstream of the mountains themselves, which I really like. So Ember Wash, Cindervale, plus, the fun naming things, right? We've got, the Ashfall Expanse, the Cindervale, the Ember Wash, things like that. Monster Hunter is so awesome. I'm down. Boreal fields of super ice that keep food chilled. That's true. We could have monsters that keep it though. Although I do like the idea of maybe like instead of like a tundra, I do like the idea of maybe more of like a glass thing, like an obsidian thing. That'd be kind of cool. Is combat fun? The combat it's like every fight. I don't know if you've played like Kingdom Death Monster, but like every fight is basically a boss fight. So yeah, so it's like it's a boss battle system. It's hard to say. I mean, I've like run it like for myself, but like it's hard to say. Well, the other thing to remember is that in the game world, no, there's no you fight one monster at a time. That's it. There's no minion rules. Like the entire game is in fact, the combat grid looks like this. Like the monsters here, And then the PCs are either at range 1, 2, 3, or 4 from it. Like everything is relative to the monster. There's no like. The game doesn't even predicate that you would even fight more than one monster at a time. So it's very, and again, to the point where I would say that like I don't even necessarily know that like combat is the point of the game, for sure. But I do love the idea of, I don't know, so maybe there's something to be said about maybe there's something to be said about like a tundra, but I also like the idea of like a glass or obsidian. It goes without saying, but I'm sure we would have. But also, I love the idea that, like, unlike this one, where it's just, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4 regions. I kind of like the idea that we could have, like, we could have a starting region. And then we can have kind of like more like an intermediate region. And the beginning of the game, this might be where like people go. And then like, there's like, another, there's like something like that, like we the regions, are kind of like more like the players kind of have to unlock them. Because in the game, I think monsters are classified as either young, adult, elder, or apex. You could think of these as the challenge ratings of the monsters. We don't have levels in this game, but like our starting region, could basically just be like young monsters, and the intermediate region is like adult monsters. But then like as you get into like the sulfur wasteland, the crystal desert, that's where you might have, elder monsters or even the legendary, apex regions. Going into the volcano, that would be very cool. Yeah. Yeah, like I like that. The other area is, or the other idea too, remember, is that inside these regions, you have a lot of different areas. So inside the foaming shore, you've got, Cradle Island, you've got Dry Spout, the Sud Flats, High Table. So you have these micro, environments within the broader environments as well. And there's communities and natural places as well. So, we can have these cool places. So like, for example, Jess mentioned, the hot springs. Well, that's probably not a region, but maybe, in that mountainous region, there's an area called the blah, blah, blah hot springs, and, maybe the players build a spa there, like I think that's cool. Like, I mean, it's cutesy and cottagecore, but it's also cool. And I think the players would be really excited to do stuff like this. But I'm glad. Look at that. I love the Cindervale name. That's really cool. So anyways, if you have any other ideas, just shout them out, because I'll jot them down. And I think, I think it'll be really cool. So obviously we'll have some sort of volcanic area region. But right, you got to have the mandatory lava level. Right, we could have something that's kind of a cool idea, kind of this idea of like a more vertical, right, where you're actually going down into the dungeon or down into it. You can almost have like a dungeon, even though that's not something that's really exists in the game per se. You can kind of make something like that. So there could be this idea of like some sort of a vertical level, almost like the volcano level or whatever, which is kind of cool. And as you get closer and closer to the core of the volcano, you get that. Exactly. Then you find it. Listen, I've always said, as an anime or JRPG, if you don't fight God at the end of the adventure, what is it? But Jess, what if? I mean, what better way of an ecological niche could it be than if you find out that the reason? Spoiler alert for anybody who plays. What if the reason why these maybe there is some apex ancient lava fire spirit monster that lives at the base of the almost like the Balrog under the Misty Mountains, and it lives at the base of the mountains, and the only reason the mountains are volcanic is because of this creature. And it's kind of like, what if the creature is becoming more active or agitated, or what if it becomes there's a virus curse called the frenzy in this game. It's to make you feel a little bit better about killing the monsters, is sometimes the monsters become infected by the frenzy, and they're basically wild. They're basically rabid. All right. And they kind of need to be put down. But the problem is, like, if you kill the monster, you kill the volcanoes. And if you kill the volcanoes, well, then what about the ash that feeds the rich farmlands? And what about the minerals that get brought up through the volcanic flows that the miners rely on? And so there's kind of this like, damn, if we don't kill this monster, the volcanoes may go full explosion. If we do kill the monster, we stop the volcanic explosion. And I like putting people in these really difficult, quote unquote, no-win situations. Apparently I just described every Monster Hunter game. All right, awesome. Well, then I'm on the right spec. I need to play these games. A dust lake, a valley filled with very fine dust swirling around at the bottom. Looks like a gray lake. All right, I like it. Dust lake. I'm down. But yeah, so I love the idea of fighting the monster at the planet's core, of course. If we go full Monster Hunter, we need ancient ruins and maybe a jungle. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely have. I mean, obviously, there's this idea that the world. Again, the game has its kind of inbuilt lore, but. Oh, actually, we do need to consider what cooking ingredients and seasonings are available in our region as well. And you might think she's being silly, but Jess has a keen designer's senses. So every area in this game, okay? So this is Esso Bay, okay? Remember, Esso Bay is just one area. It's just one area within this region. Okay, so Esso Bay is one area within this region, right? And in Esso Bay, we get this. These are the ingredients that you can find in Esso Bay. And I deleted it. Great. There we go. Why is it doing that? There we go. So, you can find sudgrass, aso spine shells, conductor eels, jet squids, lesser mud puffers, and gill gifter gobbies. What's even crazier? This means that you can find sudgrass in the winter and you can find aso spine shells in the summer. So it's seasonal. And then each different ingredient has different effects. And this is completely different than the whole thing. So how dare you suggest chat would only ever think I'm shit posting? No. This is great. I mean, this is what the game is about. This game, again, is unapologetically about hunting monsters and cooking food. And everything about this game is tied into it. It's not just some like fun little veneer that they put over a generic Forgotten Realms setting. Like the game itself is fundamentally based around food. Like it's tied into like the actual like the gods of this world. Like if you've ever read Escoffier, or if you've ever heard of him, Escolier, he's like the guy who wrote like the basically the creator of French cuisine. And he's the one who created these rolls for what is a proper French cuisine have. And the gods of this world are basically all people that would be in a, the pantheon of this world is basically the people that would work at like a Michelin star restaurant. Like you have like basically the head chef is like the head of the deity, and the sous chef is like their wife and of the gods. And then there's like the head pastry maker and the saucier and the person in charge of the alcohol and the person in charge of the pastries. It's and that's like their pantheon. So it's like the whole thing is just food and monster coded from like the top to the bottom. Right? Volcano chili, hot spring lemongrass, like. That's the kind of stuff that I'm into. And I'm not even kidding when I say, like, I'm all in for, like, leaning for this. We talk about the ability to, like, share information and share stuff with the players. I want people to make, to write down their recipe, not just be like in order to get, like, you need to write it down like it was a recipe book, right? Where you just go like, okay, this is for my, my volcanic chicken wings or whatever like that. And it's like, do this. And I actually want it to be a recipe because again, this is something that they do in this game. And I think it's really cool. And I think it's a fun way. I think it's a great way for people to do it. So anyways, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be interesting. And I don't know if anyone will play it. And again, the joke is that someone like me, people are like, Derek, you should make something for Shadow Dark. Derek, you should make something for Daggerheart. Derek, you should make something for PF2. Derek, you should remember that jokey version you made of 5th edition? You should make that and actually publish it, And I could do all that. But I'd rather work on, this silly mega game for 20 or 30 people on my Patreon. Because I just think it's compelling, and I kind of just do whatever I want, I guess. Do we use monster parts to create and improve our weapons? No. You eat the monster parts, and you become better. And when you eat a monster, you actually get the monster's special abilities that you take. So it's not like you level up or anything like that. Like if a monster has the ability to like fly, if you eat that monster, you could choose to take the ability to fly. So it's not so much about your weapons. It's about your, And I should also point out, what's up, DR Metropolis? What does this say?
DR Metropolis tipped $5. Go be inspired. Show an eating scene for Monster Hunter World.
Show an eating scene from Monster Hunter World. Okay. All right, I will. I just wanted to say real quick before I guess I'm going to show a scene from Monster Hunter World. The weapons in this game that your character wields are a cleaver, a frying pan, a oven mitts, like a skewer. Like your weapons in this game are cooking utensils. So yeah. Don't get me wrong, there's a way you can like get better with those weapons. So, but I don't necessarily know that you like craft the weapons or you like, go improve that or something like that. Yeah, Duncan, like we could do whatever we want. Right? Like you need to, like everyone needs to eat, everyone needs to eat lava spur chili, otherwise you can't go to the cold biome. That sounds awesome to me, right? That sounds cool, especially if a community has to work together. Imagine how cool it would be if you were the player who made that chili and handed it out to the community. And now they can go and play in a new area. Like that's a cool thing. And I want to embrace those things as much as I can. And as silly and stupid as this game is, I do think it does that very well. Okay, I'm going to go look up, I guess on YouTube, Monster Hunter World. What did you say to do? I don't even remember what you said. Monster Hunter World eating scene. Okay. I am going to put this here. And I am going to... All right. Oh, gosh. Where's my whiteboard? Okay. All right. Tell me if this is not right. This is a 5-minute video, so I'm going to watch it. 5 minutes. Now, that's what I'm talking about right there. Wow, this game really is Monster Hunter coded. Look at that. She's got stat buffs. Yeah, this is exactly the vibe that we're going for. Obviously, it's not as cool as having all this, you know, the actual graphical images of it and stuff. Oh, they really went hardcore in this, huh? Is everybody a cat in this game? Oh, all the cooks are cats. Okay. This is funny. Zen says, "Oh, I'm sold on a game completely full of cats." Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly right. Okay, you don't play a cat, but you have a cat who's like, how do people have time for all these video games? My God. Yeah. So in Monster, in Wilderfeast, it's a little bit different. There are, I think, you know, you can make meals and snacks for basically they're basically like buffs, temporary buffs. But in order to advance your character, you have to kill and eat a monster. And basically, without getting too much into it, the monster that you eat determines what you can level up. And so, for example, let me find a pre-generated character here. Oh, the pre-generated character says, go download a pre-generated character from our website. So in the game, you have, instead of ability scores, you have what are called styles. And so it's an approach-based game, right? Where, you know, if you just describe how you're doing something rather than, you know, I'm strong, I'm strength, you know, dex. It's like, well, no, are you doing it swiftly, precisely, tricky? So let's say that your style of mighty is, let's say that you have a 2 and a 3 and a 1 and a 2. Well, if I want to raise my precise to 4, right? I need to go kill and eat a monster who has a precise value of greater than of 4 or greater.
I'm a stream behind, but popping in to say thanks. I have no interest in Wilderfeast, but I'm excited you're excited.
You know what, Edward, I appreciate that. You know, yes. Again, here's the thing, and I cannot stress this enough. It's just like Monster Hearts. Okay, Monster Hearts is a teenage supernatural queer-coded game about the messy lives of teenage monsters. I'm not queer. I'm not into teenage angst or sexy monsters or personal horror. I hate love triangles. In fact, I hate love triangles so much, I don't like love lines, let alone triangles or squares. which is another way of saying I don't like relationships with that have two people. But I love this game because it is so good at what it does, and it's from top to bottom. All of the elements of this game design and build into this core mechanic, and it creates this experience that is unparalleled, like anything else. So it's one of those situations where I may not like it, but it's so good, I appreciate it, I respect the hell out of it, and in fact, I'm even willing to play it. It's like I'm the type of person who goes, I don't like that type of food, but that food is prepared so well that I will eat it because I feel like I should. Anyways, this game, I'm not saying this game is like, a Diana Jones Award winning game, but I'm saying, but it is very unapologetically and very tied into it, what it is. But anyways, if our precise, thank you, Edward. If our precise style is 3 and we want to raise that to 4, we need to go find a monster that is very precise. Kill that monster and eat it. And if we don't do that, then we don't get to raise our precise skill. So at a certain point, you have to start finding monsters that work for you. Another example of this is there could be a situation. Let's say our characters are a little bit higher level or whatever. My mighty is 3. My mighty is 3. My precise is 4. My swift is 3. My trickery is 4. If we kill a monster and that monster's stats are all 2s and 3s, I can't level up any of my styles. It doesn't matter that I just killed a monster. That monster isn't stronger in those styles than I am, so I can't gain those abilities. So, yeah. Anyways, I think there's a lot of cool factors there that I think are really neat. Anyways, I think we got some cool stuff. I'm really excited about Cinder Vale. I think that's a great name. I love the idea of like a creepy kind of. It's like a woodland mixed with it's kind of like a post-volcanic eruption woodland or something like that. I think there's a lot of cool ways we can make that really, really interesting. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Thank you for indulging me in my my love of my tablet. I enjoyed using it. I enjoyed it. I'm still taking a while. There were a couple of times where I found myself actually accidentally picking up my mouse to move stuff because I'm just so used to that. But it was fun to get to use this. Crazily enough, it did not come with a case, so I'm gonna have to buy a case online, which is crazy. So I'll just have to keep it kind of off in the box for right now so I don't step on it, destroy it. But I really appreciate everyone being here tonight. We had a really nice turnout for the middle of the random Monday. I guess, it's New Year's. Maybe people are off or something. They don't have much going on because, today and then tomorrow is New Year's Eve and all that other jazz. But thank you, Edward, Dr. Metropolis. Thank you, GM Setso, for giving me back the money that I gave you. Thank you, Zetram. Thank you, Jekyll Torn Moons. Thank you, Profound Dark and Duncan DT, as well as thank you to the folks who support me with Prime. I really, really appreciate it. It's been awesome. It's been a cool holiday. I'm glad I got to buy my new little fun toy and got to hang out with you all and get to share about it. And we got to talk about mega games as well. Again, I think it's a really unique value offering that we give as a community. We're not a huge community, but we're not a small community either. And so we kind of fit in this perfect size where we can actually have enough players where we can create this kind of unique experience. And I know there's other games out there that are bigger, but I hesitate to point out a lot of those other games are open world and, maybe the quality of the players or the GMs is kind of all over the place. And maybe you get trolls because people don't have any skin in the game. We don't ask a lot. We have $10 a month and essentially you can play as much games as you want for these mega games. You can play as many games as you want if you're the one running them. But it makes the quality of the players and the GMs a lot higher, and we've always appreciated it. And we try to take that extra step to not just make here's an excuse to play a lot of PF2, but rather here is a comprehensive end-to-end game. So thank you so much. Later tomorrow, Tuesday night, Vin and Bob are going to be on the channel. We're going to cover The Land of Eam, Muppets, Lord of the Rings. Is this a game? Did Bob get hoodwinked? Does Vin secretly like Powered by the Apocalypse? We'll find all those things out tomorrow. Did Land of Eam totally take Derek's idea from Dungeon Time Extreme from several years ago and make a game out of it and actually publish it? Yes, maybe. Wednesday. I don't know. I might be on Roll for Combat. That's New Year's Eve, but supposedly Steven's having a stream. I should be available. Thursday, New Year's Day, Bob and Bob's brother, Danny, and Tim are going to come over, and we're going to have the second part of our One Ring stream. That has been for our patrons only because it's kind of a behind-the-scenes thing. It's a fun little thing to do with the patrons, and we're still kind of smoothing out some of the things. I don't like to just put raw, unfinished products out onto the interwebs. So eventually the wider community might see that. So that's going to be Thursday, New Year's Day. And then as we finish out the week, we're going to eventually do our year-end celebration, looking back at all of the games that we reviewed, looked at, or came out and have an opinion about in 2025. Very subjective, not scientific in the slightest, but we should have fun and talk about some of the cool games that came across my plate this year that either came out brand new or maybe they're several years old. I just never really had a chance to vibe with them until this year. So I look forward to doing that with you all as well. Until next time, then, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you tonight, depending on where you are, on Nights of Last Call. Peace.
Thank you.